Urban, ethical, authentic, sports, entertainment, something for the old, something for the new, something for everybody in between. We leave nothing untouched. We are Spoon 107.5 FM.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of my discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you ain't know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat Cape Town, congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV.
Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV. Spoon
Skidibidi dabado.
Spoon TV. Spoon entertainment.
Kua. Bese kua kudileo. Kua kudileo.
To the spoon to get
Yes,
your information.
Kua.
To the spoon to be
Yes,
part of my discussion. Spoon.
Bese kua kudileo.
First Monday of the month of September 2024. A pleasant night to you wherever it is you're listening to us across Liberia. We'd love to say welcome to the nation's premier talk show. This is the Spoon Talk, airing on Spoon 107.5 FM, Fabric 101.1, and a host of other stations across Liberia relaying this broadcast. For those of you watching us all around the world via various platforms, Spoon TV, Super TV, Fabric TV, and of course on YouTube via Spoon Talk, we'd love to say a pleasant afternoon, good morning, and a pleasant night to you, depending on where you're watching us from. For those of you watching us via YouTube, we want to give you specific privilege today. Just comment the YouTubers, just comment, because there's been accusations that we intentionally overlook the comments with the red icon, so we want to give at least the preference to the YouTube commenters on the show to kickstart the show. I do see Mr. Dwalu is in the background. The rest of the panelists are definitely going to join on. And it promises to always be as fiery as it is here on the Spoon Talk. So to where are the YouTube folks? Because they complain too much. Okay, Marcus Zikbu. Marcos Zigbo is watching us from Maryland, USA. Samuel Peters is watching us from Pennsylvania, USA. Freeman is watching us as well. Says, hope everybody is doing well today. Vali Twawale is watching us via YouTube. Samuel B. Pale is watching us from Buchanan City, Grand Bassa County. Amos Y. Flomo also following us via YouTube as well. So we'll give it at least a minute to recognize our YouTube folks. Kirsten Jones is watching us via YouTube, and he's following us from Ontario, Canada. Theophilus Power is watching us from Michigan, the USA. Gifla Piwu says, nice weather in Minnesota, and I use your show to entertain myself while I walk. That's nice. Moore's Social Network is watching us from Maryland, the USA. Marcus Zibo says it's balanced now. All right. Chris Ogum is watching us from Burville. Emmanuel Johnson says, spoon, hey, my heart. Reminds me of that song, you know. Yeah, Omuru Kengo is watching us as well. Paul Lincoln is watching us from Staten Island, New York. Freeman is watching us from Houston, Texas. ND also watching us. Zoe Markiver is watching us from Upper Cardwell. And Clarence Benson is watching us from Hamilton, Ontario, Canada. Ansu Dukle is watching us from Panwin, Lower Johnsonville. Elijah Oto is watching us from Iowa. Mr. Dwalu, if you give me the signal, I'm definitely going to bring you on. All right. There we have Mr. Dwalu. Salome Sako is watching us from New York City. Jusu Bima is also watching us via YouTube. Tenkum Dixon is watching us from Maryland, the Maryland in Liberia. Alexander Stevens is watching us from Minnesota, Brooklyn Park, there in the US. So at least we've given a lot of coverage to our YouTube folks, so that we wouldn't have a protest, because someone sent a message and said the YouTubers are going to protest. Augustine Fire, how are you? Okay, so ND is watching us from Rhode Island. Mr. Dwalu, what's up with you? How are you, sir?
I can't complain, man. You know, things are great. Before I forget this, I know it's still early. A lot of people are not here. I'll probably say it towards the end. Today's my father's birthday.
Oh, wow.
It's Samuel Momo Dwalu. Happy birthday, sir. And we spoke earlier today, man. Continue to grow. Probably getting old, 78, and that's more age yet. But anything, man, we love you and happy birthday. Look, across the country, man, you're welcome. Damo's been recognizing our people from YouTube. Please, Musu Cooper, you don't protest on us. I see Golden Trials group of company founder. What's going on out there? Momo Nelson across the country. I see Fanny Dennis. She's watching from Minnesota. The higher looking up there. Judah. How we looking? That's Minnesota song. You're welcome to the show out there in Minnesota. I see Jenkins Wilson, Mr. Wilson. Welcome to the show. Oliver Rose, all of YouTube. I see Amos Flomo. Mr. Flomo, what's going on, man? Emmanuel Tabo Jonua. I mean, I know I butchered in you. Sorry. Zoe Preacher, welcome to the show. I see over here. I see Tanu Dolo. Mr. Dolo Fode, Sion, welcome to the show. Kwasi, OC Wallace, Mr. Wallace, how are you doing, sir? I see Joseph Saki, as in Mayama J.K. Thomas, David Akawala, Mr. Akawala, welcome to the show all the way out there. Somebody's in Oslo. I don't know who was in Oslo. I think I saw Oslo over there for a second. Sam Pupo, Mr. Pupo, what's going on? I see Gus Harris, Mr. Harris, welcome to the show. Y'all share the show. Y'all come. Let's talk Liberia. Plenty of things on the table. The only way we can change things in Liberia, we first have to speak about them, bring in the open, and hopefully we can have the goals and the strength to change them together, collectively, because it's the only way we're going to change this country. Y'all come. Y'all please share the show, man. Damon.
Yes, Mr. Dwalu. It's a pleasure to be on with you tonight. Happy birthday to your father, 78, you said.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot of years clocked, and we wish him good health, long life, to have him around for as much as we can, you know. Always good to have your family around you. All right, so a lot of things happening in the country. Much of the talk is surrounding the folks from LTA, say that how we met it, you know, that how we met it, And yes, so the Spoon Talk opened the box. And now confirmations have been coming in that yes, we're making 15,499 salaries plus benefits, and people have been doing the conversion to Liberian dollars. That's a whooping 2.9 million Liberian dollars per month, But much talk around the Liberian national team. I was informed by the CEO yesterday on the show that we might or we may be playing host to the Minister of Youth and Sports, Councillor Cole Bangaloo, as to what's happening. Togo is vigorously preparing for the Lone Star to play them, and our team is still in country. The last time I checked, the listing has not been released and all of that. What's going on with the Lone Star of Liberia? Whether or not sources have hinted that money has been made available for the team to travel to Togo. It's just be a 1 day in, 1 day out. But we want the minister to come in. And if we do have the minister as a guest, to tell Liberians, whether or not we should just forget about the football team, and focus on something else. Yeah. This is an information from the Liberia Immigration Service. The Immigration Service says, don't get your goat, don't get your cow, don't get your chicken, don't get your money, because there are unscrupulous individuals masquerading, Mr. Dwalu, asking not just for money for shortlisted candidates to be, enlisted into the Liberia Immigration Service, but also for them to get chicken, goat, cow. Liberia is an interesting country. So what a good. I saw the press release. That's the part that caught my heart. They said, don't get your goat. People asking for goat, chicken, dog, anything that they can use to cook soup. Don't give it. But on a serious note,
is there really? Small.
Really in the country.
Okay. You know, you go book at the zoo. Your bullies that I ate.
Don't get your goat, don't get your chicken, don't get your duffer, don't get your whatsoever, don't get your money. The immigration is not in the habit of asking you to pay for you to be shortlisted, let alone not just money, but to give animals as well for pepper soup.
But, let me frank.
Go ahead.
Yeah, let me realistic. I understand the immigration may say that, but let address the realism in the country. Nobody can join no police or immigration if you don't get somebody who favor you some kind of a way. It is the culture that we've nurtured in the country. Now, I'm not suggesting that anybody give anything, but the way the country working, I can put your knee down and where you get that the country. Let's discourage that. Let's be meritocracy. Look, some countries now what they do. Don't even put a knee. Don't put Damo Slinger. Don't put Ensu Dwalo on the list. Give a number, you give a number, you put on your phone using a number, and they select based on that number, and they say number 5745, like a lottery, based on the test score, whatever, and we can make it more transparent. But realistically, to get on any government payroll in the country, you have to almost bribe somebody who's already in the system. That is the system that we've nurtured for some 200 years. This is how it's always been. How are we going to change that? It is the issue. But nobody should be giving you anything, but let's be real. Can you really get into the immigration without... It's possible, but even the AFL sometimes, but the AFL is a little bit more transparent. They try to do a better job with the AFL, but sometimes people who know people in the country do. I want to be frank here. Sometimes there are referral programs. That's after you met the basic qualifications. That is, but I see where you're coming from, Damo.
Yeah, but that's the message out there. As you said, we are in the process of discouraging this. It will continue in our country, but we need to discourage this. As you said, people need to get jobs based on merits, based on the fact that they've earned the rights to be caught up. But again, when they call you for your chicken, your goat, and your money and everything, don't give it though. Yeah. So the speaker has taken a swipe at social media. Speaker Kofa has said it's saddening to note that government is being run on Facebook, on social media, on some social media shows. The speaker didn't mention any show's name, that's the fact. But You know, that comment from the speaker has gotten mixed reactions as always. People are saying the speaker is now downplaying the effect and importance of social media when social media was used heavily for campaigning purposes, and whether or not the speaker wants the information to be shielded from the public, taking into consideration that social media is the fastest medium of getting information across, not just to Liberians home, but Liberians all around the world. Or is it that the speaker is attacking transparency, you know, and open
I don't think he is. I don't think he is.
And the rest. But those are questions, comments that we did see from the post when it was made, quoting the speaker. But he has said, government, you know, it's sad that government is being run on social media and on some social media platforms and talk shows and all of that. But the speaker again didn't mention the name of any talk show or any where on social media that government is being run. But Mr. Dwalu, though, we've gotten a lot of complaints, and as early as coming on the show, as late as coming on the show, I should say, we got complaints again from police officers of the class 46. They just graduated last year. You know, they're complaining that they haven't been paid and they've worked for over 8 months, and today they were told they will only be paid for the month of September, which is this month. So the rest of the months will not count according to them. Again, this accusation that they remember the IG was here on the 19th of May. Yep. He appeared on the show, and he did commit that the class of 46 will be paid, you know. But now what we've been informed of is that there's a different narrative coming out from the LMPs, Tabras, that the class 46 will only be paid for the month of September. Again, we talking to all of our sources to confirm that information, but that's what we're hearing. Today I was at the Liberia Standard Authority. You know that authority, Mr. Dwalu?
No, not really.
It's a very, very pivotal authority. Today was my first time on that ground.
The Liberian Standard Authority?
Yes.
Okay.
It used to be the Liberia Standard Lab.
Okay.
But then an act was passed. It's now an authority. Okay. It's got an executive director, a director for technical services, and a deputy director for administration. So what they do there is they test samples of products coming in the country. They do random sampling and testing of products and consumables coming in the country, and they're supposed to be at various entry points. They also are supposed to give you the standard and the specification if you want to open a factory and all of these things. So they have a very large work.
So they're quality control, so to speak.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. But what is happening there is a serious fight that is happening there as to who is going to head the Liberia Standard Authority. This is the first executive director they are supposed to have. When they were the Liberia Standard Lab, they had an individual there for 10 years. But when the act was created, it was under the Ministry of Commerce. So now it's to be an autonomous, you know, authority. But there is a serious fight going on as to who is going to put their person there to control that place, because it's not just about standards, it's also lucrative. That's an income generating because you're talking about all products and all consumables, quality control, standard regulations. They have a part to play with the EPA and all of those things. It's large.
So all the ratting to pay and so kind of brother will be checking the machine ratting to pay the country.
If they say that 5 kilogram of spaghetti, they have a metrics lab where they will test the weight, the mass, and everything. They have a food chemistry lab. I was there. They have 5 different laboratories there. But the problem is not about checking standards. The problem now is who is going to head the place. President Barker had appointed, you know, an executive director there, and according to what we were told, he was recalled. Officially or unofficially, he's been off the work. And somebody wants to put in their person that they can control. So there is a serious power struggle going on there. For 5 months now, the employees have not taken pay. It's very, very troubling, especially for a place that should be fully operational, making sure that what we eat, what we consume, what's brought into the country is tested, is approved, and it meets the standards. And amazingly, if I can just conclude, right? Amazingly, the place is 70% donor funded. And donors have said for the past 15 years, they've been supporting that place and haven't seen any positive changes there as well. So it was a big argument. The Deputy Minister for Commerce for Industry was there today, tried to resolve issues. It didn't work. So if care is not taken, that place is going to be the next demonstration or protest hotspot.
So this place has been operating for the last few years, correct?
Yes, for over a decade.
For over a decade. So now I go in kind of Labrador, then on the bottom a way, then on the top. They were functioning when I go into kind of Labrador. I don't
know that Agua is the kind of country.
Right? Yeah. And the wet thing
is set on the sediment.
On top of the Agua. But I want to say this about the social media thing that was mentioned by the speaker. I think there is something out there when your official, if the government is operating adequately, social media cannot influence to a greater extent what the government does if the government is doing the right thing. Okay, let me rephrase it this way. The government will do what it's supposed to do under our constitution. What social media does will not affect the government in a substantial way. So if you're worrying about social media, you're either not doing the right thing or you want people to be quiet. Let me tell you why most government officials in the country, they're a little bit afraid of social media. Most of the press people in the country, and I'm saying this in a very respectful way, they cannot ask some of the tough questions because they're living in Liberia. Sometimes, if the question that I asked Honorable McGill last night, most people would be a little bit afraid to ask that question to Honorable McGill in Liberia because we know how Liberia works. That man could lose his job. That man can get threatened on the street. So many things can go negative. But we not really care about what they think that might independent in the all. I'll ask you my question. So social media is like an independent referee. Look, let me tell you what I love about social media. Tell me if I something be on the show. When the thread going, what if the audience knows it? I'm to the point of what costing you. Sometimes based on your comment, I could change my position slightly. I say, oh, what I just said is not entirely right. Let me tweak a little bit. So it forces you to self-correct. I'm not saying when somebody say, oh, that I got to be calling to your day. I don't want them more. I'm talking about it got a few guys in here, all the CDC when you ask them to get there. They put it, don't bother me. So don't you not try any, and I say this, but if you say, Dwalu, no, you're wrong on this issue, but this is, I think, is a better position. I am not infallible. I'll say, you know what wrong? I think Damo is right. I may not come up right away and say it, but I will adjust. So social media self-corrects the government. Let me tell you, most of the government officials in our country, they're afraid of social media because the men were on Facebook, the men were from Minnesota, the men were from Philly, the men were all over Liberia, from Australia to London. The men don't care. They will tell their own raw. And that raw, don't let them fool you. That's the care. They allow when they go home, they can adjust. If I tell you how many people called me yesterday from the show, y'all say that ain't me true. I was able to show you my phone. Oh, my man, we all know what the man did, but you can't come at the man like that. That's what spoiled Liberia. We all know what the man did. But when I come at him like that, nobody come here at anybody. Eduardo go ahead and does something that is completely illegal. Somebody working for me and I'm paid them. Then we sugarcoat it. That man hurting inside, hurting. But the man I'm talking because Eduardo be man, maybe Eduardo not do that lie. You're talking raw. I work for Eduardo don't pay me. I want my money. Why would do that? No one for someone can spoil money. Your money here. Social media is here to stay, and we will use it to the ultimate until we self-correct Liberia. That means open talking. Come on.
All right, Mr. Dolly, you have to go to the Liberia Copyright Office, Intellectual Property Office. Put a yeah, let me open talking.
Okay, that was like true. I need to go there.
Yeah, you need to do that. All right, if you need to take it that one for you, I stand up. I guess it's I hand it over to you, I pass it over to you, I give it back to you.
Take it. I mean, yeah.
All right, so we'll go to the phone lines for Liberians to tell us what's on their minds. 0-777-77-1075, 0-555-101075. But we'll begin by taking calls on the WhatsApp line at least for 10 minutes. Because for the past 3 days, we haven't taken calls on the WhatsApp line because we were in the process of having a dedicated WhatsApp number to be used on the show so that people don't call personal numbers and all of that after the show So we've managed to have gotten a number to use. So this is the WhatsApp number for you to call. WhatsApp call only. If you call locally, we'll not take the call. It's just for WhatsApp calls only. And for you to call, we're about to pin that number on the screen. So my folks in Liberia, give us a minute or two, take your calls. But at least let's take some calls via WhatsApp to give our brothers and sisters outside of the country the opportunity to speak, since they haven't spoken what's on your minds for at least 3 days. So, Mr. Dalu, I'm trying to get the number. We pin it on the screen prior to the show beginning, and I think I'm passing over it. Okay, here is it. Good. So this is the number for you to call. WhatsApp calls
Boss,
only.
Sarah's using it. I'm paying. Sorry, I'm paying you. Sorry, yeah. Look how you got laugh, man. Now, I'm owe you. Go ahead, Damo.
Yeah. So this is the number to call. It's on the screen. WhatsApp calls only. We give you 10 minutes. Our folks out there overseas and in Liberia watching via social media. That is the number to call, and let's hear from you before we go to the local lines as well. Our folks in Liberia are already calling. That is the WhatsApp number on the screen. As we are waiting your calls, let's be taking some local calls until we can start receiving calls on that number, and then we'll switch back to WhatsApp. How about that? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, you live. Go ahead, please. Hello? Okay, I think we lost that caller. Replace that person here. Pleasant night to you. You live on Spoon Talk.
Yeah, good evening, Dama.
How are you, sir?
I'm okay. My name is Jonathan Joe, and I'm calling from ELW District 6.
Go ahead, Jonathan.
Dama, what is actually on my mind is the DAE actions will come to eliminating the so-called camps around our community. So I just call to appreciate the active DA community that our area is now a safe haven place.
Okay.
So I want to and let me just say this, or in case you when God can bless, in case you answer a question and you supposed to receive your money on your phone and you have not received it, so what do you do, or what is the next step to take?
That will be addressed, yeah?
Huh?
That will be addressed.
Because we before last Sunday I answered a question, but I have not received a text from
You will receive the
on my
text,
mobile
yeah?
money. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. All right, let's take this person on the WhatsApp line. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, you live. Go ahead, please.
Yes, Paul. This is Jerry Johnson. You get me?
Yeah, go ahead, Jerry Johnson. Go ahead.
Yeah. I just want to ask one question. Let me just ask one question. Dwalo, why am I getting like you on that show? Why am I getting like you on that show?
I don't know. They may have felt me for nothing.
You and my guesses, what is name, Mommy? Why did they not? What I made like you guys on the show?
The men know.
I don't know because it's a criminal.
Okay, sir.
He doesn't want to hear the facts from you, like what he always does.
All right. So let's take this next person here. Hello. All right. So the WhatsApp number is there for you to call. While you're calling, let's take this next person. Let's take this person here. Hello.
Yeah, hello, Damon. How are you?
I'm fine, sir. Let's hear you out, please.
This is Israel, man. Your birth mom partner.
Okay.
Israel.
Nice to hear from you, my man.
Yeah, number. How are you?
Come on, me. How you set?
I'm doing good, brother.
What's on your mind?
Yeah, Damon, what's on my mind? How to do with the executive mansion? Yeah, I'm trying to let the CEO know to speak to the president, man. Like, I need some changes in the executive mansion. And that had to do with Grizzly. I'm asking the CEO to please talk to the president. Is Grizzly can be changed and put Martin Colley back there? and the other lady and be changed and put a Fadiga back there, I think something good will happen in the executive mansion. So Martin Cody and Hassan, the two guys will be a great person in the executive mansion. That's what's on my mind.
All right, Chief. Thank you. All right, we'll take this next person on the WhatsApp line. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, you live. Go ahead, please.
Oh yes. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk. My name is Victor from Australia.
Okay.
Yeah. My thing is with Dwali. We notice every time when it comes to most of the time I wake up listening to Spoon talk, and I feel like most of the things he talked about make a lot of sense. And this is my thing. I feel like when it comes to seditions, Duado, your choice of words is a little bit too harsh. But when it comes to Unity Party, the things that are going on now, you guys don't want to talk about it. That's my thing. You have the right choice of words when it comes to Unity Party, but when it comes to sedition, oh man, it's like they put gas in the fire.
Oh, Australia hasn't lost. Canada want to turn the gas in the fire party. Australia hasn't lost.
Yeah, you better.
Yeah, Talu. And that's your choice of words. You can always be cherry picking. Let's take this next person here from Liberia. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
You live. Let's hear you. Kindly reduce the volume of your radio.
Yeah, Dama.
Yeah.
Do you update you, Papa? I have time for you. So I want to give me a message to talk with you on air.
Oh, you have dream about me?
Yeah, dream. My name is Ilav. I used to go to your place.
Oh, all right. Let me. Just give me your number. I'll call you after the show so I can hear the dream.
I'm calling now.
Yes, sir. You can.
077
077
845
845
02
02
0204.
Okay, 0778 45 0204.
845 0204.
Okay, I'll give you a call after the show, yeah? Yeah, all right.
Right now, the lottery in America are almost 700 million. Somebody had dream about no money and send it to me. Yeah.
Let me take this next person. Mr. Dalu, the man had a dream. I'm interested in hearing
I know. I am talking about no dream.
Hello.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Your name and where you joining us from?
Thank you. My name is Zogu Fofana. I'm calling you from the community.
Okay, go ahead.
Damo, my attention has drawn to last night's show. Damo, I don't think my game need to go to any code or LACC. The man already indicted himself. The signal what he means is if you go to blood business, so he's willing to go. So meaning that he said, so that one that had they were doing the contract in the 6 years. How somebody will work with you 6 whole year, you can't employ the person. Then when the other government come in, they tell them they say they wish on thing. So the last one say that 6,000 human beings will take for out of 1 million. They not even say how much money they pay for that. Only few and of followers we share they put the ball. I will feeling for the 30 situation that can be passing. I think the other one that I can tell like the other one they get, but they are how like for the minute they on the swing of my business. They start having said in the government. What did they do for you people? Then when they say anything, Joe will do, but they mean they would all go see all of them. But now maybe I tell you our president, but nothing more destroy you. That president we have me and one because they in the one cause all the thing here. So for my gay, we'll go to bed for bed we'll go after all.
All right, sir.
Because now the country will continue to get her.
All right.
Nothing they budget. So thank you for putting me down.
Thank you. You're always welcome to call. Hello on the WhatsApp line.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Dolly Lassana and I'm calling you from Italy.
Welcome, Dolly. What's on your mind?
Yeah, my concern have to do with what happened yesterday between Dualo and Nathaniel Manke, right? This is This is what we call the country is divided. Because I can remember the last time when the information minister appeared on the show, Azedo was there. So the information minister decided to tell Stanton that Azedo will not asking the question he's not going to answer any question from Azedo. And again, the same information minister appeared on 101 with the CEO when Kev Hassan was there. The same information minister told Stanton that he's not going to take any question from Kev Hassan. Yesterday, Nathaniel Maggie was on the show and he decided to say, well, if Blaru is going to ask a question, I'm not even going to answer any question for those people. And he decided to ask, let me just answer all the questions from Kev Hassan. So, this is what we call the countries divided. People from the other side will say, well, when you're going to ask me a question, I'm not going to answer.
Okay.
So my concern now, I'm going to tell this to CEO, the show has to be balanced. So if somebody is coming on the show, well, I don't like those people that are on the other side. So when they ask me a question, I'm not going to answer.
All right, Chief.
I think it will not be fair. It will not be fair, really. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's take this next person here. Hello?
Good evening.
You live, sir? Let's hear you out.
Yeah, okay. My name is Dallas Powan and I come from Bush Island. Yeah, so my concern has to do with, the information concerning the salary saga at LTA. I would like to caution the panelists, especially the CEO. When you let the information out, I think it needs to be, very explicit, because our country is kind of gullible, and the information go out certain way, it tends to bring out some level of resentment from the citizens. The salary of the LTA commissioner, I think, is on par with all government ministers.
Do you work at LTA?
Sorry?
Are you one of the commissioners at LTA, sir?
I'm not a commissioner at LTA, but I got a concern regarding the information that's going out to the
No, you just said, the reason I'm asking you just said it's on par with other government officials. So I wanted you to give us the figure that is on par with other government officials, because you're talking about coming with evidence because the society is gullible, right? So so tell us the amount, and since it's on par, so that we can move from there.
Yeah, okay. So like every government minister, especially minister proper, makes not more than 7,000 United States dollars. 7,000. And the salary of the commissioner at LTA, the salary, I'm not talking about benefit, is around the same 7,000. So the 7,000 is before as that gross salary. That's what they make. When it comes to the benefit, like some of them make like for instance the gas pay, the structure, something that go into the department that they hear. It's not for the individual.
Is that what they said? All right.
Yeah, because and when you know that amendment should be made when it comes to these, vision, for at least because when you get for information out there that will make it 15,000, it will look so offensive to account to that where go to bed, some go to bed hungry, and people make it 15,000 like that. Our salary, when 2 years, it will not cover well with the like so let there be clarity as well.
All right, Chief. Thank you.
Being accumulated, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. So you know what I'll do? I want you to do for us. The document that says the benefit of each commissioner goes to the entire department. Kindly, if you can afford, if you can furnish us with that document as well, we appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
All right. All right. Ms. Adwalu?
Yeah. Thank you, man. Hey, my sister, Siata Tembe. Welcome to the show. Everybody, man. Prince, Alakagata, Mr. Jacobs, how you doing? Marcus, Suboy, Miata Walker, my woman Clara. Way, madam, welcome to the show, man. Everything. Stanton, how you doing, Boom Breaker? Welcome to the show, Chief. Over to you.
No, I just threw it into me like that. You get down on the show, you threw it on me. You got kind of, this is a plan.
We've been priming the show.
Plan. Am I getting blind? You're looking very dark.
Who, me?
There's no light in the studio.
Sometimes
there is a malfunction of the hard lights, and that is being sorted out. That's the reason we have the.
You webbing your camera? Yeah, web my camera.
Yeah. I'll web my camera because I know I
breast more, eh?
I breast more. I
put it with oil. Look, and a couple of people call me, and what's the guy from Australia? He said when it comes to CDC, my choice of words a little bit harsher. When it comes to UP, I'm a little bit muted. That's an observation you have, and to some extent, you are absolutely right, and that is intentional. You'll be been in power for 6 months. They will be giving some leeway. Obviously, CDC was there for 6 years. We have no solids for them, no any kind, because we know exactly what CDC did. When UP does the same thing, we're going to increase the volume on UP organization. But right now, we're going to give them some time. And I understand your observation, and I get it. And somebody else made another comment, said, McGill. I don't think that. I think I would say that one. Was there another one? And everybody, and once again, we appreciate the calls. Like I said, you guys will be our correction fluid. If we make mistakes here, we expect you guys to correct us. And like I said, we're not infallible. We'll make some mistakes. But remember, whatever mistake is made here is not intentional. It's not nefarious. It's to make the country better. If my brother Paul Kennedy, no one about to talk about him. If Paul Kennedy salary like $5,000 a month, let him take his salary and go home. He take care of children, whatever you want to do. But when Paul Kennedy start taking $3,000 that we can't account for, we talk about it. And Paul Kennedy, like, yeah, Paul Kennedy go see that Babu made fun. Paul, welcome.
Well, thank you very much, brother. I think it's necessary to make this.
Thank you.
We want to welcome everyone. We say again, as always, don't forget when you come on, just share the show. Yeah. Even if you meet Damway alone on share the show. Whenever you come on, just pop, go on your Facebook and your YouTube and share that and invite people. You know why? Because this is the day the Lord has made that Spoon Talk should come on. All right, Satya, I really appreciate you have to share. Oh Lord, Paul Kennedy.
Thank you, SG, take you 9 months. I'm sorry, not 7 months, 9 months. I give him 1 year. Let's give him 1 year.
Let's have Siliki Kamara share the show. Cleopatra, Madie Clark. Please share the show. Paka, Jalan. Some people you gotta say please because they're too sophisticated with the ANC correction thing. So I'm trying to be very, very careful. Tipo Speaker Dempster, as always, we want to say it's good having all of you. We got a lot of information. But Damon, what's happening from the local station, Damon? Before we get into our everyday talking, the whole LTA have taken over the country. The whole LTA conversation. Damon, what are you hearing?
Well, it's basically one of the hottest issues on ground. The salary plus benefit take home of LTA commissioners. Also on ground has got to do with the Liberia national team, whether or not they'll be making their way to Togo. We've been informed that the Togolese are jogging up and down mountains and seriously preparing. And whether or not our team will just go to Togo one day, play the match and return the next day, we're hearing that funds have been made available. You said we'll have the youth and sports minister, whether or not he's still coming through to give us that clarity. Liberians are concerned about their national team as well. Making rounds, also the appearance of Senator McGill yesterday on one-on-one with the CEO. Statements that were made, whether or not the senator outrightly admitted to the accusations against him, especially the payroll pardoning, which he seemed to have, clutched onto both hands and trying to make it look like it was all employment. And if he's going to go to jail for employing Liberians, he's ready to do so because he provided food on the tables of over 728 Liberians. So a lot of other things making rounds, but those are top of the pile. I just got an information from Rwanda that a young Liberian student lost his life in Rwanda. The Liberian community there just sent a message, that he did go to Rwanda on the 27th of August and sadly was discovered lifeless in his room on yesterday. But the Rwandan Bureau of Investigation is conducting their own, investigation into the cause of his death. Condolences to the family. A young Liberian guy. He practiced as a journalist here while he was in Liberia. Went to Rwanda for studies. So those are some of the things making rounds across the country.
And again, we, as Spoon Network, we stand to extend our sympathy, likewise, like you said, Dama. It's good that you're bringing it up. Again, we want to say to all of you, this is your network. This is your platform. This is the place that you need to be. We have Dwalu, Paul Kennedy, Mambe. We're going to be having Acid Do. Sam Jackson is traveling. Dr. Richardson is under the weather. I believe that Glenn, if she's home, she'll be joining us, or Fatima. Only one of the two will have to join us. Having both of them is terrible, so we will not bring both of them. Fadiga, he will be joining us likewise, and we're going to be giving you nothing but the best today. I'm concerned about LTA. We put this information up. I know we have not started the show. We're not going to start till probably 9 p.m. in Liberia, but a lot of people got confused. We didn't say LTA. Net salary is $15,000. We put this information up. Salary $7,861. Now, do the math as to which one is the night. But when you put all the benefit, it's $15,449. Now, we got some breakdown for you. When you go after the information people in the country, you make your argument worse. There must be a reason why we come up with this information. And I can say to Liberians today, we got a lot of information. For all the commissioners, how much they make. Their department, they serve as department heads. And we got to give it to the Liberian people. Again, let's talk about Kamara. The conference exit will be out tomorrow. They will go meet them and say, these are our findings. We have concluded our audit and we'll be presenting this to the government, to the president, to the lawmakers. And it's troubling. It's bad for LTA. But let's be fair. What about LPRC? What about the National Port Authority? What about fisheries? What about NASCO, Social Security? What about all those other SOEs? What about Labrador Water and Sewer Corporation? Have you gotten into the benefits? Benefit alone, if you put them all together, is like over $75 million. Benefits alone. Then you ask yourself the question, are we yet to rescue? Are we rescuing the people? Or are we rescuing ourselves? So I'm going to just sit back. I'm going to wait for my 9 o'clock. I got a little piece of bread here from Red Lobster. I want to eat it very, very quick. I don't want you to see my eating more. I'm not eating the lobster because, I don't have money. The bread is $2 a piece. So I got 2 pieces, which is under $5. If you add taxes, it's $4.36. I'm going to eat it real quick to get some strength and come on the show.
Almost 1,000 US. I won't say no, you're eating with bread.
Yeah, but stand down.
Wait. $4.36. Why you do that?
Stand down. If you even ate $1,000 now, it wouldn't be our problem. You know why?
Why?
You do not work. You are not taking your money from Liberian government. So we need to make this clear. No. Listen.
No, but let me say my own. Then you say your own.
Let me make sure. Can I finish? When I finish my point, then you come here and talk. I don't want the people in Liberia to think that we are against people making a high salary. That's not. Nobody's against that. I want to make high salary. I mean, I felt that I was undercompensated at Enfield. I resigned my job and walk away because I know my value. I know how much money I can make. Right now, I'm worth $10,000 to $15,000 a month based on my experience, my competency, and my education level. So when people get into the private sector and you make $10 million a month and you make $50 million and even eat $25 or $50 on lunch table. That's your own money you are making. Nobody has problem with that. The problem we have, Dwalu, is that you are working in a country.
I mean, you're talking too long. I just brainstormed this shot and you're talking plenty like that.
But you're trying to make it look like we are bad. We are bad people who are making
but don't get into my but don't get into my own talking and make it confusing. I'm a very simple man. I say my 1, 2, 3. You not come. You talk about how I'm recording one election in Babalu County. That's not what I'm talking about. Leave that thing. Wait for 2029. You know, you will pick your fire on Botokana. We know that. Don't worry about us. Yeah, man. I just told my piece of $2 lay bread from Red Lobster to eat. Listen, $2. 2 pieces, $4.36.
Mine is on it. Mine is on it.
No, nothing. Nothing. Nothing.
Tomato.
You don't know the biscuit from Red Lobster? Just a piece of biscuit.
I'm gonna put no onion on it.
No. Yeah, no, but that biscuit just don't count like that. It came with other things. So
yeah,
you need
to
come clean. You
need
to come clean. You can't just go to Red Lobster and buy biscuit. Why it came with?
Okay, I got it from Wawa, not Red Lobster. I forgot.
Right now, it's loud to all. But you see, Dralu, you see the beauty of social media? Social media can question you. We question you because we know what kind of Red Lobster.
They got talking too much. That's what they got. I thought my opinion.
With $22. Just look it up. $22 US.
For what?
Over 4,000 USD. One burger I said yesterday eat it. I forgot.
Wait, no, don't do that. Can somebody please? I beg you. Just search for the Red Lobster biscuit, the garlic bread. They call it
garlic bread. Yeah. $22 USD.
No. That's not true. I mean, put the person down, man. Put the person down.
Oh, passing your defense. The passing your defense. What is it? Get bad.
Somebody in go one man in the man defense yet.
The truth is, you can buy the biscuits all by itself from Red Lobster all the time.
No, that biscuit, man.
They may when I just drive to go back
biscuit. Wait. Leave the guy in. Yeah. Red Lobster biscuit.
Put the menu up.
I am. Don't do this to us. Our people deserve better. And you're eating your filet mignon, right? And you're taking video on it, that's your business. And you're eating your filet mignon, your crab and thing, and you're taking video, you're making video that more Ali, that's your business. I go and be, my man, and fair with me.
And then my daughter catch me yesterday. I told her Chinese buffet at telephone. I spent just for one that you don't want to say you eating Red Lobster. Red Lobster, if I almost $50 for that food.
No. I probably put it up. I want everybody to see it. Y'all don't do that.
So first of all, nothing the man say is credible again because the first thing he told us, you are eating biscuit in 5 minutes. Then he said you got it from Wawa. Yeah. In another 3 minutes, then he said
no, you didn't. No.
You didn't your tongue too much.
But wait, remember, I go with documentation, man. At least I will tell the truth. At least I'm not joking here like Clarence Massacre, the former representative I had in the story at LTA. I will tell the Liberian people the truth, nothing but the truth. So help me, oh God.
I know Red Lobster. Don't put nothing up here. The answer will be there.
But ain't the Red Lobster you can go to eat?
No,
I'll put it up.
I go again.
Let him put a receipt up. I'll go to World Trade Center. No World Trade Center yet. You do the receipt will be
there. You go, that one. There you go. That one. Let it go. $3. And that one, listen, you can get a whole pack, right? $3.29. You see up that diamond, 10 in it. So do the math. How much for one?
10 biscuits for $3.29.
How much for one?
You are
not the menu.
So listen, Diamond, wait. Diamond, look at the biscuit. Isn't it the same?
Yeah, that is the same.
Yeah. Go to Sam Club and buy one pack, 10 pieces in it. 10. I mean, when I speak with truth.
So that Sam Club you want? You want a Sam Club?
I want to say, I didn't go to Red Lobster. I said, I don't get money for Red Lobster.
So the man I change again in 1 minute. The man
Three places.
I was trying to game.
3 places.
That's why I was trying to get it there. In 1 minute, the man have given us 3 minutes.
Look at this thing. $3.29, right? Divide by 10. How much for one?
39 cents.
That 32, that 32 cents or 31 cents, right?
Damo, the man is menu paddling. He's menu paddling.
Yeah.
You know what is menu paddling? Or you're adding up to the menu.
The biscuit is prepared by Red Lobster. It's transferred to Wawa.
Yes.
You know.
They pick it up.
They pick it up. It's bigger up from St. Clair.
Thank you. But yes, a fact to my story, right? I am here eating dry $3.29 that will cost only 31 cents. I got 2 that I'm eating. So that will be 31 plus 31, 62 cents. That's all.
No problem.
Football.
Less than 250 liberty.
Less than 250 liberty.
Come on.
I want to encourage everybody to do the same. Let me put it right up. And you ask Dwadu, he said he went to how you call it, a buffet. You know how much you pay to a buffet, Damo? Past 25 kg back arrest. This is my daily meal. If somebody want to help me, please help me. This is me. I'm eating dry. Look, dry. Look, just dry, nothing. With a bottle of water that I got from the basement.
So what is the 329 now? The 329 was in here what?
It's for 10 pieces of this bags, a Red Lobster biscuit. 10 pieces.
I won't see it.
So out of that 10 pieces, you took out 2.
I took out 2.
But he's not reach for the 10, so you just for the 8.
Grandson. He take out the state of grandson up the day. He take to medallion how you spend.
Yeah, because I had to get food, you can tell the kid menu is just $1.99. So now you call for it. By the time they should give you the bill, if you didn't read it up to 50.
No, but first, at least I approve myself. It's very clear. Everybody knows I got this.
I beg you, man. Fast me at the tower, please.
No, yeah, but we're getting there. We get 3 more minutes, man. That's what else you want to say about it. Let me eat my piece of Red Lobster. Let me go in the back.
I mean, we like I said, the people coming through, we appreciate the people you come. Let's talk Liberia. Today's a holiday. Happy Labor Day across the country, Fadiga. Brother Kennedy, I'm gonna have you, man, do a little intro. Come on board. It's up to you.
Yeah, no, listen. I was listening here, right? And I heard this guy who called from Australia with an American accent. And then later
Australian accent.
No, the man called from Australia is speaking Siri. So I don't know where I get Siri in Australia. But I think it was a very good interaction. And I heard about the standard lab, and it was a good information from Damo now about that it has become an autonomous agency. Yeah. So this standard lab, like Damo said, they actually is supposed to keep eye on it's the quality control checking agency of Liberia. Correct. Making sure that the electricity wire that come into Liberia are of quality and standards. So that when you put it in your house can't get overheated and burned. I mean, I've seen electric wire in Liberia that can turn to dust because of the heat. You know, it melts up. So the standard lab is supposed to go to make sure that all these things coming to the country are of the quality and standard that our Liberian people will use, so that it does not cause harm to them. Checking food, the tonnage, the metric ton, the weight, the capacity, so that people can say they're selling iPhone 15 Pro Max to you, then they go sell iPhone 13 in an iPhone 15 case. That's the kind of thing. So it has a very broad functionality, and it should add value. It should add value to our commerce and industry. But I think it's gonna be a good topic discussion tonight. I saw what CEOs share, and we're looking forward to engage and interact with our people.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Fadiga, before I come to you, I want to say this about the Quality Control Lab. This lab is not just, it's a very important and vital entity. And that wire, you talking about some of the horses that are burning like brother, that wire causing a serious price. You pay a serious horse if you don't buy the quality wire, you're putting a whole horse in jeopardy. That's serious thing. And plenty of things get it, I don't get the wire alone. What do you got?
There is, I didn't follow the show before coming on. Usually I listen before coming on. But you just said something about quality control. I bumped into a guy, I've forgotten his number, and he was the director for, there's an agency here called Standard. I don't know what if any of you have heard about it.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
It's
yes.
called Standard.
The Liberia Standard Authority.
Oh, yes. So, good. I never knew that. So I was at the VP playing, but we met at some place, and he was there, and so I saw the hardware here. So I said, Standard. I said, well, I didn't know this thing there. And when he started to tell me about what they did or what they do, I'm like, wow. I didn't know that we had a bureau like that in Liberia. It's something like the FCC.
The FDA, whatever.
In Liberia. Yeah, and they do a lot of regulation and something, but apparently that agency seems to be dormant.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know, but from what I thought, for what he told me and what he said, look, we do need standards in this country. I'm worried about a lot of stuff that come from China. In America, the people are very particular about things, even though they use it a lot. And they happen to be some kind of partner with us. But there are a lot of things that come from China that cause different things, like lead. Lead has been a serious issue.
I got 1 second. It looks like you're delayed.
I don't know whether we're better checking it. And so many other things. It's cheap, low grade quality.
It looks like you're delayed.
Wi-Fi.
You want to log in and log back out. There's a little delay from you.
Let me go and come back.
Yeah, go and come back in.
Yeah.
Mr. Kennedy, Damo,
let me log in and come back.
To throw in there before the guys come back.
That is the same standard and quality we're talking about.
Yeah.
So the bandwidth of the internet that is being distributed in Liberia is not up to the quality and standards.
Right.
So you pay money, but you're really not enjoying. Yesterday I talked to somebody in Ghana for over an hour and 20 minutes, and their telephone did not trip. In Liberia, you're talking every 5 minutes, you gotta wait. The person come back, oh, that is network. It's like they're telling you it's the network, the network sitting down somewhere that has autonomy on control itself. No, it's not a network. When the whole thing started, I think people were getting 3 days. The government increased taxes on the telecommunications, on the GSM company. The GSM company took away the 3 days. Even people are getting SIM card for free. You got to pay for SIM card. So government got to regulate some of these things by reducing some of the tariff in specific area to encourage investors to come in that area. But you increasing the tariff, it becomes difficult for the investors because when they come, they got to make indirect taxation for the consumers to pay the taxes. And now what happening? We got oversight on this in the legislature. These people are supposed to be keeping their eyes on the various entities that are producing stuff. The other day I saw them digging wire all through Monrovia. They said that cable, fiber optics. If we got the fiber optic in Monrovia, why are we struggling from internet connectivity? That these people at LTA will be making so much money when our people, we can't even talk to them clearly. These are some of our concerns, and we'll continue to have these questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tadu, are you done?
Yeah.
Can we get voting? We got a 504-904 in Liberia.
Yep.
We want to appreciate every one of you joining us today. Share the show. You always know where we are. We will be discussing the Liberia Football Association through the Ministry of Youth and Sport. It's bad, very, very bad. The team is stranded, no money, totally no money. We got letters. These guys went to the Ministry of Finance, and the Ministry of Finance is dead broke. No money. But how much have this government spent within the last 7 months? Over 600,000. Why is the Ministry of Finance so broke? Why is the LFA, Liberia Football Association, so broke? What's going on? Who eating the money? Money come, money go. Why is Ko Bangaloo with this whole thing? What's happening with Ko Bangaloo? The country got a scheduled game to be played. but they can only fly on the day the game being played. Does that make sense? They're going to Togo to play, but they can only fly only because no money. They owe all the hotels, all the airlines. They cannot buy tickets. So we'll be discussing that. We got a lot of documents to show that this is horrible coming from the place that Asido used to work. Is it CDC fault? Or is it just some incompetency already? Can we say that the government got no money at all? No one drag copper to help this national team? So we're going to be speaking about this now. I want to show you something that is so unique. One, the salary of all the commissioners, 5 of them. I want to show to you. We said the commissioner, the total income, 15,449. If they say we're lying, let it bring it up.
Per person.
Per person. A month. And now all of them running here and there. They're running here and there. They're getting bad. I said, but prove me wrong. Don't get bad with me. I am a rescuer. We came to rescue. But I cannot come and rescue you. We should be rescuing the people of Liberia, not you. So if you say what I'm saying is wrong, prove me. Tell me, Mr. Stanton, this is my pay stuff. I'm not making that money. These are my benefits. This is what I'm taking home. I will come on the show like I always do. I say, I apologize to you, my Liberian people. I wrong LTA. But not so. Let me tell you something. Just a little flash. Commissioner, ENT. You know who got ENT? Who is responsible for the department? Clarence Massaquet. His mother gross is $7,861. Look at transportation. We'll come to it. We got everything. So you don't push us. Lesson department. You know which one the commissioner responsible for this? Ben Fofana. Am I saying something that I didn't say before? The chairperson, administration, Abdullah Kamara. This is it. Our brother Patrick Hunter. And we'll bring Angela, what's her name? Angela, right? I don't want to miss a woman name. That one, Angela, right? And that's her name, Angela?
Yeah, Bush Cassell.
Okay, Angela Bush Cassell. So, where are we going wrong here? Now, listen, that LTA, they are making some development, okay? But they shouldn't say, oh, the network is targeting us. I want your job. I'm saying my family member to work there. None of my family member working there. We just fight to bring this change. I want anything from you. I have never called you to ask you for anything. We are friends. We are not enemies. But above all, Liberia first. So come and tell us on the show how much you are making. All right. We talk about LFA, Ministry of Youth and Sport. We are talking about LTA. Can we talk about LPRC? Can we talk about NASCAR? Can we talk about Freeport? Can we talk about LWSC, Liberia Water and Sweat? Can we talk about fishery? Can we talk about all the other things that we don't even remember how many guys going home with? Then let's ask ourselves, are we rescuing? We got a lot to talk about today. My phone is going crazy. A lot of information. I don't even know if we'll talk about everything. I'm already done. So this is where I'm coming from, folks. I love the country called Liberia dearly, but we'll not settle for less. If we speak truth to power, you say I'm your enemy, well, we'll talk that one later. But today, let's really say the truth today, what is happening. So we got the information from LTA. We got the information from Ministry of Youth and Sport. We got high information. We got the information about the government, what is happening. Who is advising who? Scratch card, transportation. Ladies and gentlemen, again, share the program. We will be having a great show this holiday. Happy Memorial Day to all. Let's talk Liberia.
Not
Let's
Memorial
think
Day, Labor
Liberia.
Day. Labor Day.
Labor Day. Thank you, sir. Happy Labor Day to all. Thank you, Uncle Sam. Let's talk Liberia. Let's think Liberia. And together, let's build a beautiful Liberia where there will be transparency, where there will be a way that everybody will speak truth to power without fear or favor. Let's do these things. And let's stop pretending. But I will hold on for now. Dualu, give us your official intro.
Let me say this, and my brother, I say I'm not asking this to target you in any way. I'm really trying to get information. And I don't know whether you receive gas slip when you're a deputy minister or you receive housing allowance. If you receive gas slip, do you really believe anybody truly need more than $300 in gas slip in Liberia? Especially if you're domiciled in Monrovia, let's ask the very serious question. Even for me, the question going to the president of the republic: does anybody in Liberia really need gas? First of all, why are we giving them vehicle? Why are we buying them car when we are paying them? Why are we giving them scratch car? Why are we giving them anything with the exception of the salary and the just benefit? Why do we give them anything? In this country, I don't know wherever anybody works here, they gave you any vehicle. And even if there's a vehicle, it belongs to the company you use it strictly for official reasons, and you come and park it and you put 1 mile over that vehicle, they trespass you for it. Everybody has their own vehicle. But in this country, where we claim, Stanton, that we have no money, every day, look, Liberia is so rich. Anytime I say Liberia money, I won't believe you. Liberia got so much money, they don't know what to do with it. The money wasting. If our IML will not get all one money, nobody should be able, you know my position on the salary thing. I don't see any justification for which anybody should make more than $3,000 a month in Liberia. I agree. If you have superior skills, superior education, we can put bonus on your money. We say, listen, Mr. Sam Jackson, if you achieve this matrix, we can add an additional $100,000 at the end of the year as a benefit. I mean, as a bonus to your account. I can live with that. But to just pay you blindly above $3,000, this is insane. We don't have that kind of money. $3,000. We're paying for the house you're living in, your own home. We're giving you $1,200 every month. We're giving you scratch car. If you put everything inclusive, it will not cost you more than $100 in Liberia for your phone. Why are we buying the phone? Put phone in the offices. Why are you giving the phone? Where they going? We're responsible for that. None of us. The government don't have money. Reduce all that stuff. Nobody will do nothing to you. It's not like you had to resign a job. You had to go in the private sector and make $10 million a month. I'll be happy. But government does not have that kind of money. Mr. Jackson.
Look, if you notice, I've been like really laid back, and I've come to a point now. I won't say give up, but I really don't have any more faith that forget about the rest of my life, but just the rest of the lives of most people alive today. They're not going to see any meaningful change in Liberia. There'll be nothing impactful in their lives. Because look, I was asking myself this weekend, and just give me like a minute. People sit at a desk in the morning, whether they are the legislature, they are the cabinet, and they look at it like, let's solve a specific problem, jobs. And do they know what the first steps required to be able to create jobs, say like 5,000, 10,000, 20, 30, or a period of 3, 4, 5 years, and what sectors those jobs should be created, the amount of investments required, the kind of marketing that we do to attract foreign direct investments or mobilize domestic capital formation, or in any sector like education, they want to improve the reading level, they want to improve science and technology. Do they really sit down and think about what is it that we need to do, what kind of skills and what kind of expertise and what kind of resources we need to get it done? All they do, Stanton, is the budget, they get paid, They get benefits, they drive big cars, they enjoy themselves. And you ask him, what impact have you made in 5 years, 6 years, 20 years? What is it can you say that you can look at, you say, this number of Liberians were fed under my administration, or this number of Liberians got jobs under my administration, or we improved the educational level to say, where does that come from? Other governments, every single one of them stands on. So why should I be coming here to waste my breath? And all we talk about is process. The budget, the payment, the benefits, the cars, that's all. Stanton, let me ask you a question. What legislation have they proffered in 2023 to try to change things and reorient things?
Nothing.
In my own government, okay, what legislation? Of course, we did free wire, we did this, but what fundamental change have we made in the last 21 years to improve the lives of the people in this country? You can't, it's non-existent, Stanton. It's only about feathering their own nest, buying cars, getting a salary, enjoying the benefits, and that's it. It's very sad, Stanton. It is. I won't say I've given up, but I'm just basically, I'm just going to look. A friend of mine died today, and that brought everything home to me. Dr. Richard Tolbert, very, very close friend of mine. He died in his sleep. Brilliant man from Wall Street, UBS Securities Vice President, Merrill Lynch, you know. And when you start to look at the mortality of your friends and see the country that we live in, there's nothing that we can do to uplift ourselves, and everything is completely dominated by foreigners. The trading architect, foreigners, real estate, foreigners, hotels, foreigners, manufacturing, foreigners, mineral development, foreigners. And lastly, Stanton, do you know that B Mountain export by $672 million worth of gold in 2023, and we got zero gold reserve? Zero gold reserve. Zero gold reserve, Stanton. That bro doesn't have $1 in gold reserve.
But they counted that they took the gold from.
It's a crazy country.
They counted they took the gold from.
Yeah.
But I said, man.
Yeah. Stanton, $672 million, 2023. And that's why they were able to put on the book, so.
Yeah.
That's why they were able to book. We don't have anybody
to verify.
No lab to determine the quantity or the quality of the gold that is sending out. And when they were 3% royalty, and I was talk to you something about it. I met one member of a family, people who had that property and sold it to a pharaoh. Poverty-stricken people today. Poverty-stricken. I met one of them today somewhere. Zero they're getting out of it. They own the land, they own everything, and they sold it to the people. I don't know how many people gave them. And they're walking around Monrovia in slippers. It's a curse. That's all I have to say, Stanton.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. Go ahead, Ashley.
Lucia Wilson, also known as Yellow, from the Ministry of Information, Culture, and Tourism, was amongst more than 100 persons that were dismissed today. Lucia was once a member of the CDC. She opposed the CDC in 2023. She voted against the CDC and voted for President Black Eye. The reason why she did, because her salary was reduced during the harmonization term from $750 to $600. Do I believe that should have happened with $700? I would say no. But that was the primary reason why she voted against the CDC, in hope that her salary will rise back post-harmonization, pre-harmonization, should I say. Today, the LTA when Mr. Kamara served as one of the commissioners during former President Sirleaf's term, the 4 years he served, he earned 21,500 US dollars as a salary. When the new government took over, it was reduced from 21,000 plus to 15,000. Do I believe that reduction was enough? No. Do I believe the amount was still high? Yes, I do. Now came the rescue, who beat on us and said harmonization was a disaster. And so it is expected that all salaries that were paid before harmonization will be taken back to harmonization. Today, our friends from the other side are arguing that, oh, that's the pay we made there. Can someone see how lazy that argument is? You came to rescue. Although 15,000 in my mind is high, but it was reduced from 21,000 to 15,000. One who have expected you now, even after 1 day, to have reduced it to something considerate. But no, we had to follow the same train. This is the Liberia that we have today. The Ministry of Youth and Sports, let's start and say what I want. And why do you ask a good question? And I've always said, I'm not on this platform to defend George Weah. George Weah can defend himself, neither the CDC. But to speak to the record of things that I know about. Right? In the 6 years I served as deputy minister, not only me, 90% of us, I received gas slip once. And that was in 2018 June. All of those were wiped out from the budget. Those were the things that were used for the little achievement that we had. And that's what I've always said. I will, as long as I live, defend the records that we had. We lost the election primarily because of harmonization. Today we are discussing high salaries. Shouldn't someone then appreciate the fact that we took the courage to reduce salary? Was it perfect? No. Was it absolutely better? Oh, yes. This is where the hypocrisy comes in. When you listen to members of the rescue defending what they met or not, and I will quickly end.
Yeah, this is just an intro.
Right. I would just end. The testing, one of the projects that we ran at Youth and Sports, after 9 months, have not even been able to pay those poor people 1 month. 1 month. This did not happen in 6 years of our being in power. Liberia is heading the wrong way.
Thank you very much. It's always good having you folks again. Share the show. This is your station. This is your network.
Oh, Mommy,
this is what we all. What'd you say?
I said we miss Mommy. Welcome.
Oh, Mommy is here. It's good to have you, Mommy.
You know you don't want to put me in. Then you say you're acting.
That's a good one, Mommy. So you tell it for our tricks, right? That's okay. Yeah. But want to say again, let's go back to this thing. It's very important, folks, that we're going to sit here all day to talk about Liberia, the good, the bad, the ugly. It's a lot of stuff happening. Mama, let's hear you for, since you joined us, your intro.
It's good to be back. A lot of things happening. I was taking note about the need for salary reform across government. We heard about the harmonization. It did its part. We just shocked that even after the harmonization, we're still seeing people salary above 7,000 even though we're told it will be less than no more than 5,000. So that even questioned the harmonization that we heard about. But how can we get it better? We'll talk more about that. I'll be interested in that conversation. And then also talking about employment, what's happening in the mining sector, how Liberians are treated in the extractive industry, how they be employed, under what conditions are they working, what's the labor ministry interest? Is it more on getting income for work permit or in showing that Liberians are employed? Because we're seeing them posting about how much revenue they generated from selling work permit. So the question is it the interest more on generating revenue from work permit or in showing that jobs that are set aside for Liberians to do, those jobs are protected for Liberians to actually get jobs? We want to talk more about that as well. So it's good to be back, Stanton. And we'll also talk about the audit. The Ministry of Finance audit is up. We'll talk about the findings and what we can learn from there to avoid the occurrence of what we're seeing in the audit report.
Thank you very much. Again, thank you. We got a lot to talk about, folks. Let's get into it. The first conversation today, you follow us. We talk about the LTA, what they are receiving or what they were receiving. I'm going to put this up again. We got to make this very, very clear as we move into the conversation as to where we are. LTA, say anything you want to say. We stand by our comment. You remember the guy that said, Madam Sadi passed away when Madam Sadi came? The guy said, well, I stand by my comment. Well, this one is not that kind of stand by my comment. What we are saying here today, with the document we have in hand, we can break this thing down. The best way we can at this is 98 to 99.999% accurate. We heard Clarence Massacre on other network. Patrick Homer going on another network. The question the Liberian people are asking, just tell us the truth, how much you making? Let's forget about all the yama. Are you making $7,861 and after taxes you go with over 5,000? Yes or no? Are you getting 1,500 in transportation? Yes or no? Are we paying for the houses you guys already owned before coming to this job? Yes or no? Are you getting generator gas, $3,622, or are you getting the fact remain? Let's go into it now. Or are you getting operational gas, 200 gallon for $966? Just help us understand. Are you receiving money for scratch card? These are simple questions. You know, kindergarten student will answer yes or no. Can we just pause for a minute? Liberian people, Dama, are you there? I beg you, I know you don't want to talk. Are these bad questions, my fellow Liberians? Dama, can we take 10 calls? Let's ask the Liberian people if these questions are bad, then we will not have this discussion tonight. Dama, if you are there, just open the phone line. Thank you. Let's ask Liberian people who made it brought. Just 10. Give us your honest opinion. We will have the show with you. Without you, we cannot have this spoon talk. Are these questions bad for LTA commissioners? Angela, Ben Fufana, Patrick Horner, Clarence Massacre, and the chairperson, Abdullah Kamara? Are these a bad question? Then we're going to go into the nitty-gritty of the whole conversation today. Can we ask them, Dama? Can you open the phone line, Dama? Let's just ask them, guys, please.
All this money is in USD, guys.
US, it's not Liberty. United States dollars.
Yes.
Yeah. So let's just establish something. Hey, please. We want to work with you, my fellow Liberian. We want to build this relationship with you. Can we just ask them, are you guys making this money? As they run to other network, other radio station, can they just answer this question? Dama, let's get to the phone line. My number, if you want to call me, is 609-649-4206. If you want to call to be part of this, to answer this question, we'll take only 10 calls. 609-649-4206. Or you can call the local line. Dama, let's take some calls, please.
Okay, so we'll start with this person here. Just yes or no, so that we can get as many callers as possible. Hello.
Hello, Dama.
Yes, you good. Let's hear you out. Good questions to ask or not?
Yes. Sorry?
the questions being asked about the salaries and benefits of LTA commissioners, good questions to ask or not?
It's a good question to ask, but by way of introduction, I'm a sponsor speaker and I'm going to my resident. You know, these people came on the mantle of change or rescue. But for them to now become a hyena on the rescue tree is very much frustrating.
Okay.
So I'm kind of asking President Walker for you to please restructure, reposition those that you appointed to this ministry.
All right, thank you. Damon, let me fast now. We got the line going crazy.
Yeah,
that's good question. Let me take this one real quick. Your name and where you joining us from?
This is James David calling from Hershey, Pennsylvania.
James, this is good question to ask our commissioners at LTA.
The commissioner, the one I see on the network, that money is too much to be working for that kind of money in even the gas.
So it's a good question that they need to answer, correct?
Yeah, they need to answer.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me take another call. Your name and where you joining us from? Your name and where you joining us from?
This is Roland Friedman from Columbus, Ohio, sir.
Roland, yes or no, man? Are these questions or unique questions?
This is not only a good question. I expect Liberians to gather our LTA tomorrow, make sure that people remain closed until they can make adjustment in that salary. It is wrong. It is a complete abuse. I mean, it is hard to describe.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me take another one. Your name and where are you joining us from, sir?
My name is Gordon Lee Jolly, calling from Minnesota.
Talk to us. Are these good questions?
Look, it's an honest question, fair question. Look, as I'm watching the screen right now, I have to do 2 jobs to make it to $7,000 in the United States. If I can generate gas money, I'm going to first to invite to Liberia to work for it.
Wow. You sound like Guadu right now. Thank you very much. Let me take this again. Your name and where are you joining us from?
Hi, CEO. My name is Justin Williams and I call from Ottawa.
Justin, let's talk about LTA. Are these good questions?
Right. My just to say, CEO, you were the one that brought up the things on us. You were praising it.
Talk to us. Hello? 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 All right, let me take this one. Your name and where you joining us from?
My name is Fred Sewe, calling from Charlottesville, Pennsylvania.
To the question, are these good questions for the commissioners?
They are very good questions. They need to answer the question.
I'm going to take the last call here. Thank you very much. Your name and where you joining us from, please?
Yes, Tonton, this is John James Aquin, and I'm speaking from Waterloo, Iowa.
Talk to us.
Liberia is a very poor country. The question is, legitimate and just fine. Great job, Stanton.
Thank you.
These are good questions.
Thank you very much. You're the last caller on this one. Your name and where you joining us from? All right. So if you call, please, we beg you just listen to the phone. Folks, we'll come back to you. Now we have established that nobody said no. Only one person said, I brought us here. It's good. We all struggle and fought for this. I will take myself number one. But yet and still, we got to hold these guys responsible because when we champion for this cause, we didn't champion this behavior. Now, we have to establish this thing. Duaru, real quick, 1 minute across the board. You heard the guys that say, who? Somebody say, I want to go to Liberia right now if you can give me the gas money.
Let me tell you something. Most people that living in America, that work regular job, if you can afford to pay them $3,622 a month in Liberia, they would rather be in Liberia. But Stanton, I want people to understand this. The government salaries and benefit of the Republic of Liberia is almost 300 million United States dollars. Y'all listen to me. Our entire budget is around $700 million. $300 million go to salary and benefit. If the government is just smart enough and say, you know what, I'm going to pay nobody more than $3,000 a month, including benefit and everything, the government will be saving close, and the government pool may army people minimum pay for soldiers at $500, minimum pay for police at $500. The government will be saving $100 million. What that means is you can complete the coastal highway in 6 years. If we just do what I'm just suggesting, we can complete the coastal highways in 6 years. We can pave all the road in Monrovia in 6 years. Pave all the corner road, all the sideway road, we can pave them in 6 years. If you get paid for $20,000 maximum across the board, while at the same time carrying AFL paid to $500 minimum, and you carrying policemen paid to $500 minimum. That's the kind of money we're talking about. The minute you're living years, they're not a rap. Everybody that win government appoint you above director level, you hit the lottery. That means you become a millionaire overnight. And it can be passing around years and I achieve.
Thank you. Let me bring it as a dog. Real quick, hit this thing. The people have agreed that we need to discuss this. We need to go to NAFA. We need to go to Social Security. We need to go to LPRC. We need to go to Freeport. We need to go to all SOEs, right? Because something underneath, something they are hiding. But talk to us on LTA today.
Yeah, Dwadu is absolutely right. And let me just add on what you're saying, Dwadu. The 300 million you're talking about that goes in salary does not include the salaries from the SOEs. These SOEs run their own budgets. So if you were to take the salaries from the SOEs and add it on the actual salaries in the budget, you would be talking about something about 400 to 500 million. Like I'm saying, the people in CDC didn't take high salaries? Of course they did. Do that thing, those salaries were the fair deal? Absolutely not. But the only thing that I can say very rightly, at least every entity witnessed some level of deduction. Were those deductions okay? I say no. But that was a first step. Now we have a people who say, you know what? Everything is wrong. We are not going to NPA yet, where the predecessors to the CDC government was making 25,000 United States dollars. That was reduced by about 7,000 when the CDC got in. These are hypocrisy with added to anything. It only shows the level of deception people can have. And to Abdullahi Kamara himself, he was there during Ellen's term. He served for 4 years. When he was making only 1,500, he was there. He was there. Now he's back now, and everything is okay. I listen
Thank
to
you.
Okay.
Thank you. We'll come back. Let's make the thing sweet and fast. Uncle Sam, the people have agreed. They said we gotta discuss it. We cannot hide it no more. Now, it's no friendship, no relationship. We're gonna dig deeper and go into it. Talk to me, Uncle Sam. You got 30 seconds, quick, to talk to us.
So the first thing that anybody want to ask is, what are the qualifications of the people with the specific sector knowledge that they went to school for it, they work someplace for it, they've been in some, and if you come to rescue, there should be reforms, especially with the SOEs, where people get on boards or get appointed to positions in the SOEs because they are qualified and they bring in value. But if you bring your political cronies and 4/5 of the commissioners are from a particular region of the country, and then you say you come to rescue is about reform, changing things around. But you put your friends, unemployable, letter or no credentials within the specific sector, and you give them a high salary. So what are you telling the Liberian people? That you didn't come to rescue? You came to continue the pilferage of the state, the looting of the state. That's what you came to do. That is the reason why there was an editorial in front page today that said the rescue train has been derailed. I want all of you to go to the website and watch it. The rescue train has been derailed. And there's great disappointment seeping within the body politic. Forget about these other reports that some of my friends said we'll be talking about. That's purely diversionary. A purely diversionary. Looking at the other reports, a purely diversionary, because it is an effort to divert attention from the ineptitude and the lack of solid objective governance that is going on. So the other report is it make them feel good. Oh, Jawiaden did this. Jawiaden stole money. But that doesn't do a darn thing by improving.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me bring in, Fadiga Yuban, I know your internet giving you a problem. Let's see whether you can hear us.
Yeah, I can hear you. I think it's better now.
You're super now. You're super. Talk to us. Now, we have asked the people, you were off. We asked the people. They said we should talk about everything today. Where are you with this amount?
Well, Stanton, before I even go to that amount, let me say this. This shows some of the lies that the CDC told us in the last 6 years. We're under the illusion that nobody in the last government made more than 7,000. That's why harmonization came about, right? And when I keep saying that that scheme was a salary redistribution scheme, that also brought about this padding of payroll and all those different stuff. This is what they did. It brought about another layer of corruption, except where Isaac Doe and Uncle Sam will want to tell us that they lied to us. Because as high as the salary may be, these people actually want us to believe that they are mad when this is exactly what we inherited for the last 6 years. Now, I see where we can negotiate. I see where we can go to the government and say, you know what? The salary is a little high. We can, reduce it, carry on some austerity measures because these are trying times in the country. But nobody just come to power and say, oh, you know what we call us? The Unity Party did not come say we're angels. No angel in Liberia. We don't have angels. No, but still, let me get to this. The whole
don't take a second real quick now. You can't say nobody.
You put in before me. He's just coming.
Fadila will come back to you. Guys, hold on a minute. Guys, listen. Today, I'm on the time schedule, please. If you got to discuss the issue, discuss the issue. If you go somewhere else, because you use your time to go after CUC. Exactly. Then write it down. What can they come in real quick?
Yeah, thank you.
Also go ahead and discuss this issue at hand. Okay, let's talk about what is at hand. We understand. I beg you, Fadiga. Fadiga will not do this today. I beg you, my brother. What can I talk to me?
Thank you, CEO. Look, thank you. I think now we should not only be talking about LTA here now. We should also be seeing how we can look at the salary structure at the other state-owned enterprises and how much benefits and salary they are getting. Listen, I heard one of the callers say, CEO, that you brought this thing on. Listen, every Liberian will want the best for the country. So I will not be taking exception to anyone who supported Unity Party. Now, when the United Party government comes with a mental of change, these are the kind of things that they're supposed to be looking at to see how they could change it to improve the lives of the people. I think that's the argument we should be making here. Bringing United Party to power is not a wrong thing. But United Party people who said we're coming to power to change things, they should actually come to the table now to say, listen, this salary, $7,000 a month, $10,000, $15,000 is a lot of money. So we can redistribute it to make sure that everybody gets some of this money, especially those who are at the low end of the spectrum. People in the civil servant, most of the people are making $300. How can we redistribute the salary so at least we can bring them up to $500 a month? That's the kind of argument we can be making. $300 a month cannot do anything. So we should be looking at those kind of things.
Thank you very much. Mame, let's talk about this LT and the salary problem. The benefits, salary and benefits.
I know people will just say salary, but it's actually salary and benefit, and it's good to emphasize that. But the fact is, it is the money you take home. It is the money you take home at the end of the month. Before my opinion, we need to correct one historical fact.
30 seconds, Mame.
Yes, 30 seconds. The salary you see here is a salary that was inherited. That the salary all the commissioners were taking before the people begin acting. I send you stamped on the salary of the NAFA.
Yeah.
It's the same. It's the same. In fact, it's I think around 13,000, and the other 3,000 there is not taxable. The other 3,000 is taxable, and then 7,000 is the salary and gas and security. You go to the MPA, it's the same. You go to water and sewer, probably is the same. You go to how you call the other place, NOCA. You go to LPRC, is the same. The point I'm making here is there is a need for a genuine and sincere reform across pay structure across the government. Not one that will say we harmonize and nobody making more than 5,000, only for us to see today that people are making this amount of money. We need a genuine reform. I am a campaigner for people to be paid well. I want to be on record for that because it will judge me tomorrow. I am a campaigner for people to be paid well and held accountable. I don't work for chicken change. I will not support anybody working for chicken change. However, unreasonable amount of money being paid to people who are not qualified, competent, experienced to do a job is not something that I support. Therefore, holistic reform of salary across government is a demand that must happen and happen now, and should not happen like we saw before, only to come back and see that it was not actually harmonized the way we were taught that it was harmonized.
Thank you very much. Again, I want to say welcome to the show, our sister Fatima. It's good to have you. Your 30-second, Fatima.
Well, I would just like to say hi to all of the fellows on the panel. And I would like to say thank you to all of our viewers across the globe, for coming every day and listening to us and being a part of our country, Liberia. I've been sitting in the back and listening to all of what you are saying. I do agree as well as to what Dwalu said. I feel like, people should be paid based on their education, their qualifications, and their experiences. I'm not saying that if you're highly educated and you're expert in your own field, you should not be compensated well. But across the board, I don't think people should be making money to that extent to what I'm seeing. So I think there should be, as Mami said, some kind of reform, on that. I believe truly that people should be compensated as to what they bring to the table. I do believe that strongly.
Thank you very much. So let's get into it. All right. Let's get into a couple of things here. I'm going to put this first thing up, and I hope you can get your phone, again, guys, share the show, please. Invite your friends and get it interesting right now. Take your smartphone. Take a picture if you have not received it, if you have not gotten this document. And I think it's in the chat room. 1, Liberia Telecommunication, call center payroll budget, January 1st, 2024 to December 31st. This is from them. Now, you see E&T. E&T it is LTA, one of the departments that is controlled by one of the commissioners. And this department is controlled by Clarence Massaquet, the former representative from Lofa County. This is his department. I want you to take this thing easy. Understand. His monthly gross salary, $7,861. Annual gross is $102,193. Monthly transportation, $1,572. For transportation every year, he will go with $18,866.40. The rest of the people that work within that department honor him. I'm not there yet. I'm dealing with under the commissioner. Am I wrong? Somebody tell me if I show you anything different about Clarence Massaquet. That's Clarence Massaquet. Now, we can go into it as talking about taking the taxes out and all the yama. But it's in the chat room, guys. Are you seeing them? I don't want you to screen your eyes, guys. If it's not there, let me know. But again, that's Clarence Massaquet. That what Clarence Massaquet making every month. When he look at his paycheck, this is the amount he's making. They call the gross amount. Now they got to take our taxes out. So again, we are talking about rescue year. When we put this up, this salary, $7,861. Did we say anything different? Guys, somebody help me. What we said about salary, Mommy, is it different?
No, that's the same.
Okay. So let's put the other people on up. The person here, Ben Fofana. In LTA, he's responsible for licensing. Ben Fofana, LRD, that's the department he controls. The same thing he's going to make. Ben Fofana, the former representative Magibi. You seen it? Clear. Ben Fofana going home with a monthly gross salary annual gross salary, monthly transportation, annual transportation, UCA. 110 commissioner LRD, that's the core, that's the lesson department that Ben Fufana. Let's put the person up. This is the chairperson for the commissioner, the very Abdullah Kamara guy. This is administration. AOL means administration. That's why Abdullah, that's what you see. Now, listen, folks. We just don't come here to talk tabata. We come here to be real with the Liberian people. We suffer to bring this rescue train. We're not derail the rescue train. This is Abdullah Kamara. The men are walking with $2.6 million, and you got nothing to show. And after the conference exit tomorrow, you will see the real other report. And you will see how Abdullah mismanaged the money that was given to him. So we'll discuss that tomorrow. But this is Abdullah. Let's come to our brother Patrick. My own brother. I really love Patrick Honor. He always relay our program. I do. This is Patrick Honor department. This is what Patrick Honor made. Why he take home. And the same thing for Angela. So we named them all 5, right? We named them all 5. Do we have any question? 30 seconds quick, because I want to go to the breakdown. Oh, no, Dwadu, hold on 1 minute. Let me go to the breakdown. Because I said about take out taxes. Look at this one here, Dwadu. Fatima, Asido, Mame, my brother Fadika. Liberia Telecommunications Authority employee pay slip statement. Oh, no. This is August 2024. Right there.
So Stanton, I see on this strip that the salary they take home is 4,900.
We coming there because the government got to get the taxes, right?
Yeah, so they take home 4,900.
$52.47. Yeah, but government got to get the taxes. So we will put everything up to date. So don't tell us say when we say this is your gross income, you say no, we lying. Take away, number 1, reduction 0. Monthly gross income, $7,861. Exchange rate, it go up and kind of you can see it. Income tax, $1,965.21. Social Security, $471.66. They say eat something from there again, they call Social Security employee again. You get Social Security employee 2 times. So somebody got to eat. Employee. So which one is y'all figure it out? But the government got to eat. Okay? The government say you the employee will take it from you, the employer will take it and whatsoever. You know how that work. Deduction 0. Provident fund employer 628. And same thing again. Provision fund employee 628 again. They take all the yama. They take say Patrick Honor. You're going with $4,952.47. So everybody, let me finish. I beg you, brother.
Okay.
Yeah, you want to say something real quick because we come to you.
Yeah, I wanted to say something on this before you take it off.
Yeah, I want to take it. Let me just let. So everybody that know Ben Fufana, that know Clarence Massacre, and we'll put a picture if you don't know them for you to know them. That know Patrick Honda, that know Angela, and I know Abdullah Kamara. This is the net income salary every month, minus the benefits. Now, I'm going to come to benefit, but I must give these good guys their own set chance to talk to us. Hold your thought for a second, Asido. Let's go back in order. Let me bring in Mr. Dwalu. Mr. Dwalu, talk to us.
Stanton, my advocacy is not for reduced salaries. This is what I will continue to advocate for. 3,000 base. Fatima Sharif is the commissioner of a commissioner at LTA. The government sets a matrix. For example, let's assume Fatima is running the Freeport Monrovia, and the Freeport is remitting $100 million to government account. The government said, well, Fatima, if you can get the Freeport to remit $120 million, you get an extra $100,000. Let's make a requirement to force Fatima to produce. So you don't have to pay them minimum wage. But what I'm suggesting here is you can just pay them blindly without measuring any production outcome. That's where I have the problem. Look, pay the person $300,000. If my man went to great school, great education, great experience, give him what he's worth. But let my man produce for Bapudu County. That's my argument. Can we say they have produced? No, they have not.
Thank you very much, Uncle Sam. Your take on this issue?
Look, my take is very simple. Malabrumbo, let me talk to you. Joseph Bogaden came to rip the country off. They accused the past government of ripping the country off. And I'm not going to go into the legitimacy of the argument. But if they believe, and if you believe and you voted for them, you stood in the poo-poo water. Their first order of business was to look at something what the book people call reform. Reform is to change. Means that you can't bring your political cronies. What they call political crony, that their friends then that supported them during the election. They didn't go to school for telecommunication. They have no experience in telecommunication. They have done nothing in telecommunication. Not one of them except maybe the head. And most of them from LOFA brought them into LTA. The job of LTA is to regulate, what they call regulate, the cell phone companies in Liberia so they can't cheat you, so they can get you good services. And you have to go to school for telecommunications and IT and know something about it. Other than that, they know nothing about it. Joseph Walker just sent in there to collect free money. That's all they've been doing for 9 months. And then some of them on the station I will say, oh, maybe we need reform. If you need reform, reform starts from day one. It doesn't start in month 10.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. Thank you very much.
Because you've been caught with your pants down, so you want reform now?
Thank you, Uncle Sam.
Because you need reform. Reform starts because you believe it in your stomach. That you
Thank you, Uncle Sam. We must go to answer though. 30 seconds, guys. Let's respect our second, please. 30 seconds to everyone. Answer though. Talk to us.
Yeah, but Staton, can you put that up? I wanted to make a very good clarity on that stuff you put up, please.
All right, there you have it.
Thank you. So this is the clarity I wanted to make. On this here, the $4,952 you see is not actually the take home. This $4,952 will be in addition to the $1,965 that you see they say taxable. Now, this $1,900 was not subtracted from the $786.
Hold on, that's what I want to say. When you're talking about the trans allowance, right?
This one, yes, it is addition. So at the end of the day, when you're preparing a check, this amount will be added to the $4,900. I just wanted to make that clarity.
So I did take almost 6,800 and change?
Yes, that's what this particular check will be. But then another distinction to make here is, you see the Social Security employer contribution is not being taken from the 700. This is additional money they pay on behalf of the employee for your future benefits.
So we get those documents. Thank you for reminding us. I'm gonna call our sources and they will give us the document. Thank you. I'm trying to get a check, the actual check from somebody. We'll get it.
Right. So then I wanted to end on my 30 seconds on this to make this very good clarity. People been talking, although it doesn't make no sense to argue on that because that's past now. We came to do the rescue of the country. People been arguing about some harmonization. This is 7,000. Listen, government had said no employee on government payroll. Yes, someone will argue LTA that government payroll. No, it is different from the central government payroll because that is SOE. It is not on the central government payroll. So nobody in government made 7,000, but there were negotiations with all of the SOE to reduce the salary. That's why LTA reduced from 21,000.
Thank you, Asido.
Which was a good thing.
Talk to us, Paul Kennedy.
Look, listen, stand down. When you want to get rich, you go to find job in private sector. You don't come to government to look for people who come to government, come to serve government. So you know, me and Mame, I don't normally disagree with him, but today I would like to disagree with him. I am a proponent of high salary, but this your high salary should be in the private sector. It should not be with government. Let government put a cap on the money they will pay everybody in the country on government payroll. To say, listen, if you are director general, deputy minister, you are this director general, maybe you are a deputy minister. You find a level, and everybody at that range make not more than $4,000. If you are a minister, minister make $5,000 below. No benefit. We'll give you $5,000. Whatever you want to go do here, you pay our taxes. You want to buy a car at your business. You want to rent car. Very selective group of people. Well, let me correct you. Out of the $650 million budget, about $386 million is spent just on payroll. Then you have another $120 million pay on gasoline or what. So 90% of the $650 million is on something we call recurrent expense. That is including payroll and all the car they buy, furniture, turnaround thing in the office. So as you come to find out, they are only walking away with 120 to 150 million. At the end of the day, that money cannot develop anything in the country. That's why our country has not been developed, because people are just there paying themselves. So let's look across all of the SOEs and make sure that we adjust the salary so that salary adjustment can feed into the civil servant to increase their salary.
Thank you, Paul Kennedy. Mr. Duadu. Oh, Duadu internet is getting crazy. Not Duadu, or how you call him, Fadiga. Okay, Fadiga, when you get back there. We want to bring in Mame. Mame, talk to us. Before you talk to us, I think this American defeat is hurting Paul Kennedy seriously. But talk to us. I just wanted to add that.
I'm a proponent, and I mean, Sam who can agree. I'm a proponent of paying people well and holding them accountable to deliver. That's me. I believe $4,500 for any commissioner is not too much of a salary in Liberia. I disagree the way they proceeded and the way they're proceeding. They move most of the excess salary into what they consider benefit. And stand on him and tell them, please put up the NAFA stuff on, let people see it. So you see how they move it. So at NAFA, you see the 7,000. At the end of the day, it will drop around the 4,000. But there is a 3,000 allowance. That 3,000 is taxable. So maybe you can drop around 2,000. It goes back to the 4,000, now 5,000. There is another payment called sundry. It's 3,000 non-taxable. When you go back to that 5,000, it takes the salary back to 7,000. So going forward, I will now oppose NAFA making more than. I will now oppose NAFA making $4,500 as head of NAFA. I will not disagree. The same thing with LTA. It's reasonable to me. I could be wrong to other people, but it's reasonable to me. $4,500 for head of agency in government is not an unreasonable salary. And when people say you come to government to not get rich, paying anybody $4,500 is not making them rich. It's not making anybody rich. Pay people well.
But what are you going to disagree to?
What I will disagree to is the approach. They took the 3,000 and put a different place. They took the other 3,000 and put a different place. But at the end of the day, it goes back to the salary and make it 7,000 or 8,000. That is wrong. So the emphasis should be on looking at the benefits. But you cannot convince me that paying a commissioner $4,500 is an unreasonable salary and making them rich. I would disagree on that.
Thank you very much. That's my man. Let me bring in
a quick question.
Very quick.
Can most of those commissioners make $4,500 in Liberia in the private sector?
I'm not discussing the individual in the role. I'm discussing the position, the portfolio, and the responsibility.
I agree to you, but most of it.
Okay. I mean, I think you make your point, Mame. You are talking about yes, indeed. But I will also agree that this should be standard. We should have that kind of reform. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of the network, those of you that share in our program, on the count of 1 to 3, we'll be bringing our brother Fadika. We'll watch the clock right now. It's 6:04. 1, 2, 3. Mr. Fadika Hussein UJ, my dear brother and friend, welcome. Talk to us.
God, I ask it so you get ask it all the time.
Yeah, you see, Fadika, you got 2 minutes. Right now it's 6:04, 6:06.
Maybe 1 minute, 30 seconds. Say I was still on my own.
Okay.
Look, let me say this. Look, sometimes when I hear some of my colleagues, I want to preach. Oh, government, not a place to can't get rich, high salary, this and that. Look, this country is freaking brain draining. For anybody that believes that someone that go to school and learn to come and get paid chicken change because of government, I don't know how we're going to attract the best and the brightest. This country needs her best and brightest. In as much as people want to come and sacrifice for the country, nobody come here to come make minimum wage. If this country is very rich, every Liberian should make livable wage. The 4,000, I understand where some you can say some of the money high and some of we have serious disparity in our pay system. That's why in America, the federal system, they have, I don't know who doing that thing. They have the GS system that pay you based on education, job responsibility, and different things they take into consideration. And they pay you and your pay commensurate your duty and education and everything and length of time on job. And as you go up, so we have some equity in the pay system. Where you see doctors making far less, an engineer, people that are responsible for bringing, doing some of those major tasks are being underpaid and certain people making more money. We can talk about that. But to believe and for everybody to come over there, look, let me tell you something. The problem in Liberia, I think Mommy alluded to that, it's not because people are making high or low salary. People are stealing. If you check the budget, half of the funds that are being misappropriated, they are not from salary. It's because people are misusing public funds. If you take close to 11 million and pad it on the payroll, that money could have gone to something. That acquire bringing people. So the reason why I do not like to get in these salary discussion because it's twofold. Yes, I agree. We can check the competence of some of those people. We can check the level of education and what they bring to the table. Those are things. But what if they had all those qualifications? Wouldn't you mind paying them a decent salary?
Thank you very much, Fadika.
So I think our focus should be on fighting corruption, holding people accountable, putting a system in place that will hold people accountable so that they do not steal.
Thank you, Fadika.
That is our problem. It's not high or low salary. Yes,
thank you. So again, we'll move to Fatima and Fadika. Thank you. We appreciate your thought. Fatima, you get your 30 seconds though.
So I was just thinking about, the whole aspect of people being paid to live in their own homes. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. Why should we pay for you to live in a home that I would imagine if somebody was to relocate, come to the country, don't have anywhere to live, and you give them a stipend to get settled, some of those brightest and the bright minds to come to the country and do that. But we pay people to live in their own homes. I mean, it does not make any sense. That's something that I'm totally against. I'm with the strong conviction that, there should be equal pay. People who are bright, who bring a lot to the table, who are moving the country forward, and people who are producing, giving results. Like for me, I work with Medicaid, and at the end of the year, after we make sure that we cut everybody, all the corners, we all get bonuses. That is allowed. But for you to just sit there and get paid to live in a house that you've built over time, it doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, and I understand some people's frustration. If I was living in Liberia and writing papers, each month I'm writing a 25-page paper for $25,000, that's $300,000 a year. So I could make that on my own for my brains and what I'm doing. That's fine. But I don't think people should be paid that kind of money to live in their own homes. I disagree with that totally.
Fatima, you are quite correct. Again, I want to say thank you very much for that really serious issue. And we are receiving information that these current commissioner have met, and they're saying they're going to make some adjustment. Now, I asked them for the document. I said, you give me your document. They said, no, they will hide it. They will not give it to me. So I don't believe them. This is beating on them, my fellow Liberian. They call me, some of them, and they said they're making some adjustment. I said, adjustment in what? This is what they said. They said the transportation, let me put this up, and I'm serious. I really don't believe them because I can see the thing on paper. Liberian men, when they say, do I do the making adjustment? I don't believe it. See it in black and white. So this is what it said. Transportation, Stanton, you said we're making 1,500. No, it's $1,181. Actually, they are saying the transportation is given to them through the Liberian component. And if you convert it, you get $1,181. So then I asked them, why you need the transportation for? NLTA get buses? They said, no, they are too big and bad to ride in those buses. And for the other employee, it's not for them. I'm talking about conversation I was having with some of these folks.
They don't have assigned vehicles?
No. Patrick Hanna is saying using an old car from Firestone. No. Representative Clarence Massacre is saying using his old car as representative. Ben Fofana is saying using his old car. The $2.6 million man, Abdullah Kamara, is saying using his $2.6 million car. But that's the issue. And I push them. I say, you getting transportation? They say, yes. I think we are entitled to it. Let's go down. I say, Hudson, where were you guys? You've been living in your own property. Why do you think you need this amount to pay? And yes, and this is the explanation I get for Hudson, right? This is Stanton. This is given twice a year. 6 months, 6 months. Before they got there in May, Edwina, Israel Arkansas, and the rest of the group chopped at 6 months. You listen to this, though. They said Patrick Horner, Ben Fofana, Abdullah Kamara, Angela, and Clarence Massacre said they have not received a dime for housing because the people that were leaving chopped the first 6 months. January, they gave you a whole 6 months for housing. And you know, when we're speaking about this thing, it looks so sorrowful. The people gone, but they chop 1,002 times 6. Who can do that math? 1,002 times 6. Huh?
What times 6?
I thought they said that 1,002 is for 6 months, or that 1,002 every
1 month.
7,200. It's 7,200.
Fatima just to pay Friday, so she know that amount. It's 7,200, right? 1,200 times 6 is 7,200. So the group, they said the group ate that money. But part of the reform that these acting commissioners are saying, we will not take no housing allowance.
That feel what they're doing on, huh?
Oh, they say they will not take it. I want to say this because I tell them if they don't give me the paper, I will come back again and say they lied to us.
Stano, let me ask a question. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
So the 1,002 is 1,002 each month times 6.
Yes.
And they give it to you as a lump sum payment for housing.
Yes. They'll give you twice a year. They give you the first 6 months. When you get in July, they give you the second 6 months.
So what is that disagreement? What is that disagreement when you say they are making 1,002 per month? We're not stupid here. 1,002 per month is 6.
Yes, there's a disagreement. They said, stand on everything you put up, we get our disagreement. I said, what's your disagreement? They said 1,002 is on paper that what we should be receiving, but we have not received it yet. The people that were leaving took their 1,002 January. So if we will be receiving it, they should have received it July for the second payment. But up to now, they have not received it. You understand that, Paul Kennedy? So as far as they know, they have not received no 1,002. Then I asked, but is it on the document that you should? He said, yes, we should. So I said, then what next? They said they have met and they will remove it because they don't think it's unique for them to receive the 1,002. They will scrap it. I said, what's the document? They say, we can't give you the document now because it's going through our lawyers. And I respect that. Now let's move on to generator gas. There's one they call generator gas here. I don't know why we should be the one to say it before the guys are talking about reform. But anyway, we're getting there. The one they call generator gas. They said, no, Stanton, what do you mean by generator gas? I said, my man, that's the only information I get. What do you mean by generator gas? Are you guys receiving $3,622? Somebody said, no, we are not receiving it. I said, who's receiving this money? You leading the department. They say the money go to our HR or whosoever under that department, but it is the employee gas slip for vehicle operation. You understand it, mommy? They said this money is for the employee vehicles.
Let's be clear, Stanton. Let's be clear. I understand. Let me be clear. There are two gas here. There are two gas. One there for generator gas and the other one for operation.
Yes.
So my thing
is this generator for their office or the generator for their homes?
Listen. So that I can see the reform document, I still feel within myself, my fellow librarian, something the guys are saying not adding up. But I will just tell you what they told me today, right? I gotta be fair to some of them. Though they're saying that I'm not fair, Clarence saying I'm not fair, Patrick saying I'm not fair, Ben and Abuda Kamarapa, I don't care because he took the 2.9 million. But the rest of them saying I'm not fair. So let's try to be fair here. So they went ahead and say it's for operational for the employees to operate the vehicles that pick them up and to give employee gas slip. That's what it said. So we wait for the document. We come up to this 200 gallon for the commissioner. They admit it. They say it's true. They are receiving the 200 gallons, so it can go up, it can come down, all depends the prices on fuel. So it can be less than 966 or it can be more than 966. They admit it. We got a scratch card. They say it is true they're receiving $300. But they have come together to say, listen, we'll reduce this by 50%. So they will be going home with $150 for the scratch card. Now, my fellow librarians, you just heard some of the reform. Are we making progress here on Spoon to bring you this information and make these guys to take some decision? Mr. Dwalu, let's start with you. Do you think we are making progress in this direction?
To some extent.
If and only if what you guys said is true.
Well, I'm not going to go by what they say until I see it, but by talking about it, progress is being made. Somebody just wrote and said, Dwalu, you're taking this thing way too serious. I mean, too personally. Yes, it's extremely personal to me. When you have a country that's literally lacking behind, but I want to go back to my brother Mame that I disagree with on this topic heavily. I want to say this. In 1938, the U.S. had a minimum wage law. As the U.S. developed, it was 25 cents an hour. As the U.S. developed, they adjusted that development over time. When I came to America, minimum wage was $4.25. The last time I asked Uncle Hussein, he said it was much cheaper than that. Today, in my state of Massachusetts, it's $16 an hour minimum wage. The point I'm trying to make is we cannot catapult ourselves in terms of income beyond the developmental stages that we are. I get it. There are expertise that are required. The Fatima said, if our best and brightest come to the country, we develop a matrix and we base their income on production. I am not so, but what I'm saying, if you live in Liberia, if you work in Liberia, $3,000 is a substantial amount of money. The reason why I continue to say this, look at the country. The average person in Liberia lives on $2 per day. The average person in Liberia lives on $600 per year. That's the per capita income of that country. This is the same country. You're willing to pay somebody north of $7,000 United States dollars per month. How is this fair to our people? Why shouldn't we take this personally? Look, I want you guys to leave Monrovia, go into Robertsport, go into Bapulu City and go into Sesto, and go into Zwedru, and you see our people. You see our people. This is where I'm coming from. Because I know if we ready to put boot to ground and we invest heavily into job creation in the country, where some of these monies are taken away from these benefits and put into the private sector, eventually people that work in government will get more money. I want us to build from the ground up.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Duadu. Folks, we're doing our last round on this thing. A lot of people are listening to us saying that these guys lying, they're playing more games. But this is what I would say. If they are, we would know. They say all the changes they're talking about, the provident money is a matching money. that they will put aside for those commissioners. Number one, they are saying the generator explanation they just gave us is not true. But again, they are watching, and we'll get to the bottom line. So, Mr. Dwell, thank you. Let's do 30 seconds. We got to move to the Ministry of Youth and Sport. It's horrible. It's scary. And I know we end up with the consolidated account. The consolidated account that is huge, right? It's very, very big. So for now, 30 seconds. Mommy, you come in. Let's close up on this LTO for today.
Yeah, we listening to the promises they made about the reform. Our meeting here is not about bragging, but anybody working at the head of government agency in Liberia, the position, not the individual, $4,500 is not an unreasonable amount of money to pay a head of agency that most likely will be having negotiations around $1 million. I wouldn't beat anybody for making $4,500 as head of government agencies. The fundamental problem of our country is not at 4,500. It's the decision people sitting in that position make that have bearing on the people. The compromises they make. Those compromises are reflected in the audit report. And it is why it is important, Uncle Sam, to not say don't talk about audit. That's why it is important to talk about the audit. Because somebody can be making $4,500, they make a decision that takes away over $10 million from the country. That is the problem. So it is important, unlike you who believe we should not talk about the audit report, unlike you who believe the audit report is a distraction. No, the audit report is important to be discussed because historically, the way people treat that audit was when the audit is conducted, they cover the report. This time, when the audits are conducted, we expose the report. Hopefully, it will change as we move forward. Pay reforms across government. They can make that decision, but this is the burden for the president to carry. President Bouaka needs to be clear, decisive, bold on his agenda for pay reform across all SOEs. It should not be left to the discretion of the people at LTA and the discretion of the people at Water and Sewer or the discretion of the people at the MPA. It should be a directive of the president on how these salaries should be structured downward and how people should be paid based on performance and deliverables. That's the president mandate. That's what he should do. It should not be left to us.
Thank you very much. Paul Kennedy, I'll tell a second on this issue. I know, listen, guys, something is just not adding up, but we cannot take the whole day. It's 6:22, 10:23 in Liberia. We got other issues to discuss, so we will continue with this story tomorrow. I know the folks from LTA, they have agreed to appear on other network. We'll listen to them, we'll check them, but we can also confirm to you that what we are giving you is 100% true. They are worrying, they are scared like hell. It is concerning that these people that came to rescue, they are rescuing themselves, some of them, and we have the document to show it, and we will tell you the truth. And also, you know I'm here. I'll make sure I inform the president. I was sending these messages and information. I must do this. I mean, that's the best I can do from my end. I will do it, and I'll also send it to all of them. Senator, First Lady, everybody. So if you say that they don't know, no, I would tell them. And I will add my 2 cents there. Jeremiah Kun will receive it. President Joseph Yima Bouaka will receive it. Madam First Lady will receive it. Even Sylvester Grisper will receive it. Though he might say up and down, but he will receive it. I'll make sure that he receive it. So that's the fact. We are yet to rescue. We're here to play. We're here for you to tell us, wait. We're here for you to lie to us. It's just only 7 months your wait. It's just only 8 months your wait. Oh, let's give it 1 year. So you're asking us to give you 1 year to steal? 1 year to do illegal stuff? Nah. Let's bring Paul Kobo Kennedy. Welcome, Paul. Talk to us.
Stand on. In a country like Liberia, where the annual gross revenue is less than $1 billion, nobody should be making more than $5,000 a month in any position. Nobody. And that $5,000 should be inclusive of everything. Whether you go sleep in Joe Bar or you decide you want to go sleep to the mansion, that your rent there, that everything, we're not going to give you that money and give you different rent. And I am not an HR expert to be able to tell you what is commensurate to that pay rate. What I agree with is there should be a salary reform across all entities, and the government should actually bring in HR experts to do the detailed analysis to get the people their fair compensation. Now, for somebody to tell me, oh, because the man's making, he's managing $10 million, so you can pay. If we agree that you're going to take that 4,000 or 5,000 as your monthly salary, and we put you as the head of agency, you take 1 cent of our money, we take you to court, and if you are found guilty, you are going to Red Room. You are going to Bobo. Each county will set up a maximum prison facility. Look, you're looking for a job, you should be creating job. Right now, I don't know why they have not built a maximum prison facility in each county, because that alone is a job creation, Mame. If you had a maximum prison facility, you will need nurses to work there, you will need cook to work there. If we find you sitting on this audit report, we put you in there, you're going to stay there until this corruption is too much, and I just think the salary that everybody's getting is a whole lot. Let them come back and review it, and people get paid commensurate to the rest of the civil servant. I mean, on the average, man, we're paying too much money to the head of agency as SOE.
Thank you, Fatima. Your 30 seconds. We'll go to Asado, Fadika, Uncle Sam, and thank you for joining us, Asifa Tuba. Fatima.
CEO, I believe that just the mere fact that we are here sitting and discussing this is progress. You know, I mean, for us to sit and talk about this, to speak truth to power, to voice our opinions, you know, about what's going on in our country is progress. So I'm just excited. I hope that the powers that be will hear this. People will reform. Look, whatever time it takes for people to hear things and do something about it is what's progress. Where, you know, once the president finds out what we are talking about, and people know that I was just getting text messages from people saying, well, these were the salaries that were made there, but that doesn't make it fair and balanced. This is not what we want. This is not what we came to rescue. We're speaking it. So just the fact that each and every one of us here sitting and talking about this, I think it's progress. I think if it's heard, reforms will be in order and our country will move forward. Thank you, CEO.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in Fatiga.
Well, I sometimes get confused with some of our conversation. This institution was created through the act of the legislature. Who determine pay scale in this country? That's up for you guys to do the research. But for us to believe that this is criminal, this is corruption, and this and that. Look, for me, our people are very sentimental. And I know most of our conversation boils around sentiment. But for me, I'm not sentimental. I don't care about how people feel about sentiment. I see myself as a realist, and I say things as it is. This whole salary business, I don't care what a job made, this, that, people should get paid. The problem in Liberia has never been about salary. Salary, Liberia should be, every Liberian should be able to get paid and get paid well if you are doing the right thing. Those guys that we're talking at cannot change their salary even if they want. They cannot jump and say, because you got talking, I reduce my salary. They will not do it. They will not happy. If people want salary change, we know where to go and how to do it. But we think that we can sit here and patch your home, go say that tomorrow, we'll sit down in conference and say, I want salary too hard, and let's change it. Then we are just talking about the problem. And we'll talk this thing next year, we'll come out and we'll still be making the same money.
Thank you.
I'm solution. Yes. Solution.
Thank you very much. I think you are wrong, my brother. They can put a board resolution together to change their salary. Maybe you are not informed. Yes, it's not the lawmaker. They can do so. And I spoke to some of them. They're saying they are working. They have put a resolution together to change some of this stuff. So I think, again, you are wrong. Not because our folks are gullible. We are not yet being sentimental. That is totally wrong. We are giving the people the information that is necessary to keep and protect our country. So why we are saying that it is totally wrong for you to say they cannot change, they can make the change. It is their commissioners, they can make the change. Asado, please, let's hear you.
Yes, please, I sent you stuff. Can you kindly just put it up for me quickly? Okay, so this is Patrick Honda's post from September 24, 2029. It says $15,325 is confirmed figure for each senator receive as monthly benefits. So I will just start here. What Patrick Honda is saying What he was saying then was that 15,000 is a whole evil money. Somebody can take it down. He said it was evil. So the Liberian people agree with him. They say, yes, we'll remove them because 15,000 was evil. Patrick Honor is there today. 15,000 is no longer evil. It wouldn't make me to remember Takun J. It wouldn't make me to remember Takun J when he said, they lie, the people lie to us. But you know, it is crazy. And then you have lazy arguments of people saying, oh, tax move from there. Tax is not something that is not your salary. It is your salary. It's only your contribution towards it. That is a lazy argument. When you are making 15,000 gross, your salary is 15,000. Whatever contribution you make in your retirement saving, it is for you. Your taxes, it is for you. Your social security, it is for you. That is a lazy argument to make. But you see, this is where we are. And I want to end, you ask a good question, or as to if it is a good thing now they're changing it. We can say so, but then sometimes we want to ask ourselves, what kind of a government is this? So the only time we will move to take a decision will be when people come to talk. Once they don't talk, no decision. Since I have been following, every time people come and say something, why he name Amarakone Dele? He took money, he got it, people talk, he say, I carry it back. So once we don't talk, the government is just going on. We just have to say something, and then people say, at least the party can listen. You didn't come to power to listen. You came to power to do the right thing. But the only thing you want to do is listen. For now to say, yeah, every day you listen. There's some people thought, oh yeah, I change it. I thought that is funny, laughable. It shouldn't be the way government runs.
Thank you very much. Let me bring you in, Uncle Sam.
Well, let me just educate my Liberian people. I'm talking to them. When somebody, and I'm going to split it in half, I will dispel a rumor that I would speak to the thing. When somebody writes a 25-page paper, they don't sit to the typewriter and just type from their head. What they do is have something called approach and methodology. You got to go in the field, got to do research, got to do literature survey, you got to talk to other experts. In a 25-page paper, which is a high-level paper, would take you what they call man hours, the number of hours that would take you to put a paper together. So when somebody want to fool the Liberian people and say, you write 25 pages, they pay you 20, they're fooling you. You will go to school. They will not pay you $25,000 for 25 pages. If it doesn't have an appropriate approach and methodology, it doesn't have a qualitative and quantitative relationship. You don't do, if you do the monetary aggregate like I did, you got to do something called the correlation, the Pearson coefficient between the monetary growth, okay, and the GDP. You got to do all that money. So you go to school for that. Nobody will give you $25,000 for sitting to your typewriter and typing 25 pages. So we feeling this, we just disintegrated that other lazy argument. Now let's come to the real argument now, people. Look, here is the thing. Payroll reform in the SOE must be done, but it has to be done holistically. All state, in Liberian, what they call state-owned enterprises, that the one that the government own. The government owns some corporations like LEC, like NASCOP, like LPRC, like LTA agencies, and then state operate. So if the government wants to do it, they got to bring some people, what they call human resource specialists, okay, labor economists that would do the analysis on the job and the job classification and what is paid globally, what is paid within the region, and what is appropriate for the level of the country. Okay, so you don't just go say LTA. Let me finish. Can me tell you a second, LTA.
No, let's say something you have first. Tell us second go.
No, man, let me and I'm going here. I'll be like Fariga. Just give me my 30 seconds. Let me learn. What you always asking for. So the Liberian people, they think the LTA people say they lie. Because we talk about it now, so they say they're not going to cut their salary. They don't have the ability to do all the things that I said that they need to do before they cut their salary. and they want to cut a salary. They can't just cut a salary in LTA. Got to do it in all this the agencies and the state-owned enterprises, and that would be something that would be equitable. You're going to do it in one agency and leave another agency out. That's the point I wanted to make.
Thank you very much, Uncle Sam. We're getting 10 seconds only, Isaac Via, please. We got to go to the Minister of Youth and Sport, and the Minister Ko Bangalu will be joining us. So, Isaac, please.
For the last 20 plus years, I've been talking about salary, equity, and parity in government. If it can't happen, it's a waste of time. There's just too much money that goes to salary, especially for people who are not producing from a revenue perspective, and sometimes not even from the regular mandate perspective. So the president needs to look at this. They need to really adjust some of these salaries. They need to close the gap between the man who making the $1,500 versus the man who making the $10,000. At the same time, they need to look at these benefits. These benefits are outrageous. How many of these people will use $450 worth of gas, of 200 gallons of gas in a month's time? Those benefits just make no sense. They just over exerting the budget where those expenditures could be shifted to other things. So we can't keep harassing the issue. I think the president needs to act, or whoever is in charge of salary. You cannot tell me who just coming in and starting to make the money, I'm going to adjust my own salary. How many people do that? Let's be honest. How many people on the panel are going to that position, be making $15,000 and say they come and cut the salary to $4,500? Let me see. Thank you, Sam. Don't put your hand up. All right, Stato, go ahead.
All right, thank you very much, guys. We're going to switch over briefly. We'll be calling the Youth and Sport Minister. But before we do that, before I call him, let's lay something out. This was posted by this person, Thomas Kojo Roara. It's on Facebook. They posted this yesterday. And when I came across it, I decided to just ask a question. Today is the 1st of September. The Lone Star is just 5 days away from their opening game against Togo in the race to qualify for the 2025 AFCON Finals. 1. Lone Star is yet to move to camp due to unpaid hotels bill owed by government since March of this year. 2. The players are yet to get the bonuses in the last 2 games in June. 3. Government is yet to provide money for the matches against Togo and Nigeria this month. 4. Coach Mario Marinica yet to release the final list of invited players. 5. LFA says Lone Star may likely arrive in Togo on the 5th, play on 6th, and come back the same day to begin preparation for Algeria game due to lack of money. We will be calling Minister Jacob Bangalo. This information, I can confirm, they are 85% true. And we hope the minister can come and give clarity. Now, it's the big money issue. I have a document I will be sharing with you guys. I was trying to share it before we got on. Concerning money that was received 10 August 2024, a letter to Mr. Heron Yeaton, acting minister. The back and forth of the document will tell you. But before we do that, let me hear you, Dualu. Again, LFA, Lone Star, Minister of Youth and Sport.
Well, Stanton, the Lone Star has been neglected for a long time, especially over the last 6+ years. There's nothing new here. Our priority is out of whack. We don't put our interest where it belongs, and we've continued to do this. Stanton, as always, I got to run away. But I'm going to say this to my people. My people, pay the man whatever you want in Liberia. Tie his income to his production level. If Aseva can increase his division by $20 million, let's just say he's sending $10 million. You say, I say, next year, if you get it to $15 million, you get certain bonus, have a baseline of 3,000. I have no problem with that. But I can just be blinded. But still, let me say this, man. Today is my father's birthday. Happy birthday, Mr. Samuel Mudwale, my grandmother, Elizabeth Sampson. It was a pleasure, my people. And I pay people based on what they
Happy birthday to the puppy, and I will call you. I got his number. Thank you. All right, so let me bring in, while we say this, let me hear you real quick on this, just on this issue of Minister of Youth and Sport. I got to bring in the minister on Fatima, this problem.
Well, I mean, I think our Lone Star should get all of the necessities that they need to perform. I'm glad that, right now things will be, like I said, when we discuss it here, things will move forward. I mean, I remember the last time when our stadiums were banned, there were no games, nothing. We had a president who did well with soccer, and soccer, we feel massively in soccer. So I hope that a minister and all of those involved will ensure that our team, they're well equipped and they travel and go and do well for our country. So
thank you. Guys, I can get to you because the minister is on. Let's hear Minister Jacob Bangado. Welcome to the show, Minister Bangado.
Oh, thank you, Stanton, and thanks to the panelists. It is a delight being on the show tonight.
I just posted something, and I just want you to understand that what is trending on social media is disturbing when you talk about the Lone Star or your ministry. Can you update us? What are some of the shortcomings?
Well, Stanton, thank you. Frankly, since I took over as the minister, I've tried to really be the minister of youth and sports and not the minister of youth and football. And interestingly, most time when we intimate that there are problems with remittances and getting finances, a lot of people, even in the media, do not speak to it when we talk about other disciplines. But when it is football, the Lone Star, then everyone gets concerned. And that is my little disappointment, because there are 34 federations, most of whom are also featuring national teams. And this problem about no money and the low remittance is one that cuts across. It's not just football in the Lone Star. But now the Lone Star will be playing, so I can understand that a lot of people are now concerned because it's the Lone Star. And so I will speak to this. What I think is being unfair to other disciplines, because basketball goes through this, handball goes through this, amputees, the deaf and dumb, Paralympics, all of them go through the same problem. Now, there's the point, and I've said this over and again. The total amount that the government of Liberia has in our budget for sports is around $1.1 million US for all sports. To date, football, the national team alone, we have expended around $700,000 on football. Other disciplines.
Oh, shucks. Hold on 1 minute, guys. Somebody said that's Liberia. All right, Chief. Sorry for that. Go ahead. Yeah, we went off. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. You like.
So of the 1.1 million, more than 700,000 has been given to the Liberia Football Association for the Lone Star. And that took care of games that have already been played, both the under 17, not both, the under 17 female team, the under 20, and the senior national teams. And of course, taking care of the head coach. The balance money has been spread across other disciplines, including basketball, the Athletics Federation, and others, amputees and what have you. So there's no money left, one could say. So we have said we need about $10 million if we take care of all disciplines. We have 1.1 million. So that has been the problem. We do not have money to run the sporting programs, and with the competing demands and priorities, it is just difficult. So let's come to the Lone Star. There have been some problems, but we have not been sitting. We have been engaged with the Ministry of Finance to ensure that the national team will remain in these competitions. So I can assure you that yes, tonight we received the check totaling a little over $400,000 US that is supposed to cover the Lone Star game against Togo in Lomé on Friday. And in 3 to 4 days, they are to return to play Algeria in Monrovia here. And we also receive some funding to take care of the under 20 WAFU tournament that we will be hosting commencing September 15. So yes, that's the update about the Lone Star. So whoever said we're doing nothing and the team is stranded, I think they're over there exaggerating. We do not have money, but it has not reached the point where we are stranded. The government has provided some relief and some support.
Okay, so thank you very much. Please allow us on set to the panel to ask you a question, because this is about the national team. You are quite correct when you talk about kickball, baseball. People say, we'll get there. But when you talk about the people football, or we say soccer over here, it's very concerning. Right now, do you owe any hotel?
So the management of the national team is not the Ministry of Youth and Sports. It's actually the Liberia Football Association. And so the Lone Star is being managed by the LFA, and so the LFA can speak to that actually.
But you should know as minister though, right?
Well, I will have to get the full details from them to be able to provide. But I know that the government and the FA has had a relationship with these hotels, and it's been a long-standing relationship that they do sometimes pre-finance some of the operations. So this is not strange, and that the remittance can be done subsequently. I also know that the FA has a facility in Carisburg, the technical center, where the national team could also use for camping, because there is a football pitch, modern pitch there with artificial turf. And so all of these are the disposal of the Liberia Football Association.
Let me ask you a question. The money that you receive is also different from the money LFA will receive?
So no, what happened is they put all of these federations under the Ministry of Youth and Sports budget. So when the request is made by the federation, like the LFA, it comes to the ministry, and then we forward to the Ministry of Finance for remittance. And when that remittance is done, it goes straight to the Lone Star.
Are you aware? I will ask the last question and give the guys a chance. Are you aware of the check in the amount of $103,257.60?
Concerning what payment was that? Which payment was that?
No.
Say that?
So let me read this to you. On the 10th of August 2024, a letter was addressed to Mr. Heron Houghton. He's the acting minister. It came from Emmett Crinton, the general secretary, I believe, from either or. Let me read this. The Liberian Football Association is pleased to inform you that based on the testing June 2024 communication to the minister in respect to the senior national team planned training camp in Saudi Arabia, the LFA is pleased to inform you that it has received United States dollars $38,860, and the airline has been issued a check of US $103,257 for air ticket. You have any information concerning this amount?
All right. So during that period, I was in Paris, as you may know. And so my colleague, the Deputy Minister for Administration, Minister Yonton, was fighting. But I am fully aware, because they told me that the Liberia Football Association, because they have requested the team to travel to Saudi, and that the Saudi government had agreed, the FA there had agreed to host the national team and will be responsible for feeding, transportation, and what have you. And we were supposed to do the air tickets
for the team. So we made that submission before even I traveled to Paris. And the update I got was that later on the disbursement was done. Normally the finance ministry pays the portion for the ticket directly to the airline, and the portion for the bonuses or the upkeep of the team goes to the Liberia Football Association. So I was informed that those payments were done, but then because it happened around the 9th or so, the FA communicated with the ministry that the Saudi FA had said the time it was late and that they could no longer go on with the hosting of the team in Saudi. So yes, I'm aware of that remittance.
Okay, so the question coming up, Minister, this 38,000, can you inform the nation tonight where, how you guys spent it after it was canceled?
It's not me. So that money went to the Liberia Football Association. Like I said, it doesn't come to the Ministry of Youth and Sports. I was informed by the minister that the FA had written the ministry outlining certain things that they had decided to include paying the coach for arrears owed because he was on their back. So they had submitted an information to the ministry.
But Minister, please, I know I don't want you to be I don't want folks to feel that you escaping the question and putting it on LFA. My question is, as Minister, we are talking about 103,000, 38 of which, yeah. Yes, sir.
The 103,000 you're talking about, I told you, there is a huge portion, around 70-some-thousand that went to the airline directly. So the airline received that money as the IT minister told me. The 30-some-thousand went to the FA. And you just asked about the portion that went to the FA.
Yeah.
And I was just informing you that the information I got, and I will still get details because I'm still reading things that return. But the information I got was that the FA officially communicated with the ministry that money received. They are constrained to use the money to pay the coach for, I think, 3 months.
Okay.
And so the ministry thereafter, in fact, I communicated with the IT minister to say that has to be a communication to the finance ministry because it's the finance ministry that should determine what happens next.
Okay, thank you very much. I think you make my point, Minister. That's where I was going. Let me give the others a chance to ask you the question because this is in question and people are arguing and saying some kind of mismanagement took place, but it was from the LFA and the LFA should clear that out. And I respect you for saying it. But again, the finance minister, whether they got any approval to rearrange the payment that was destined for the guys going to South Africa, so Saudi Arabia.
One interview that instructed the IT minister to inform the Ministry of Finance and attach a communication from the FE that they sent on how they disaggregated the payment.
Okay, thank you. Let me bring in Uncle Sam. You want to go first, and we'll do this round. Just one question.
Look, this since 1847, no support for Lone Star, no innovative and creative way, even with my own government, to support the national team. We never won a medal in any Olympic, a 177-year-old country. I don't have any question to ask. I just want, maybe Cole can tell us, what is he going to do differently than other youth and sport ministers have not done to change the whole thing around, to find some commercial support to the Lone Star. Maybe I don't know. What kind of innovation, creativity are you recommending, Mr. Minister, so to change the 177-year-old debacle we call Liberia in sporting and other developmental aspects? What do you have? What are your proposals?
There are a whole lot of reforms we need to undertake. The first thing I said I would do, and it comes up in the next few weeks, is a national football conference. So I have engaged almost all of the stakeholders. So we need to understand what is happening, where we came from, and where are we now. Pre-war, Uncle Sam, I think you are aware, we had just one football field. That was the Boyle Field, the Anthony Tubman Stadium. But and the level of football was much more appreciable. Right now, FIFA, through their intervention, has helped with of modern football facilities. You got the Torres William Stadium in Bikina, Nesedo Stadium in Kakata. You got the artificial turf at the Tusa Field. You have one at ATS, the SKD main pitch. All of these available for football, and football is played. But why is it, despite all of these, the game has not improved? That is my concern. So perhaps it is no longer just about the lack of infrastructure. Perhaps it is something else. So I'm calling these tacticians and technicians to sit down and discuss. Contrarily, Guinea has improved. Equatorial Guinea has Mauritania. You saw their teams. What is it that they're doing differently? We're not sending people out to do comparative analysis and come back. No. So I agree with you, but quite frankly, I'm getting confused equally. But I want it to improve, and what we are determined to do, we qualify for the African Cup of Nations, and that's why we're doing everything possible. The president has said that is his goal, and so we're working towards that.
Well, if you want me to go, how you doing, Minister? Welcome on. Nice talking to you again. This is Isaac. I have one question for you, but before that, we know, of course, that the Lone Star is facing a little problem now. We know of the 24,000 that we still do, the hotels when we play in Namibia and South Africa, in Morocco, and some other things. We know of the game to be played in Monrovia, where the team has not gotten their hotels yet. We know of some players, about 7, who may not be making it to Togo because of the same hotel issues. Those are facts, but I wanted to bring this to your attention, Minister. When you were coming on the show, one of the gentlemen France Paris, I want to guess, on the Paralympic team. I think one of our guys was qualified for the final. According to them, they went there on credit, and it's been so tough on them. They've not received a dime from the government yet, while they are there quarreling the Paralympic thing. Where are we with them? And then very quickly, secondly, I'm sure you are aware of the TESI program. There has been a lot of customers, because I was there before, about it. The guy says it's been 9 months now. They have not gotten any clue as to when they will receive their 1 month pay that they have. Where are we with both things?
So you guys left the test program unattended to. So the very turnover note you left said you owe them 1 month, which was last year September.
Yeah.
And so we had to make sure that money was placed in the budget. And as we speak, the auditors have been doing verification of that payroll that they felt was very questionable. And that is concluded, and the sub is at the Finance Ministry awaiting disbursement. So that is something that we inherited. It's good you brought it up, but we're doing everything possible. We, for the Ministry of Youth Sports, we have done all we can, and it's the Finance Ministry now to disburse that 1 month pay.
Okay, for 9 months.
You talk about, say that 1 9 months. I mean, you terminated the testing program from your own turnover note. And since then, it has not been reactivated. And you are aware, your turnover note said that you terminated it December 31. So don't bring that thing here, man. That's the kind of thing you guys
Minister, just answer the question, Minister. Forget about what happened. Yes, I know what happened. Just answer.
But you are aware, you were Deputy Minister for Youth.
Minister, you told the people 1 month. When are you paying them? Please.
Isaac, you terminated.
Yes,
you know, that's the falsity that is going around. Because people will come to the ministry and begin to strike, saying that people owe them 9 months. And I'm hearing this from you. And it should not be coming from you.
No, I'm saying you have not paid them the 1 month after 9 months. That's what I'm saying. You are not paid them. If they claim that you owe them 9 months, I'm not in government, you can solve it. What I know of is that we left 1 month on the book. I know when we took over, we paid 1 million debt, but that's not the issue. I'm not asking you when do they.
You are why you left that 1 month. But in any case, you left it, and because it was something inherited, the auditors had to do their verification and vetting, and then we said the money is being final for disbursement. So that will happen, I'm sure very soon. The other one you talk about with the hotels, I mean, you got those fights. I know the Liberia Football Association is the one that can engage the hotels. It's not the Ministry of Youth and Sports, you are aware. And so I think they can speak to that. But I am also aware that there is a historical relationship between the ministry, between the FPOs, and at times they do pre-finance and the remittance comes. So I'm not sure it's a strange thing.
Yeah, the Paralympic chief, they is important because they are there right now.
Yeah.
You and me, the Paralympic team did not get money as far as I'm concerned from the government. How they went, I do not know.
They said the credit, according to
I do not know. No. I mean, no one asked them to credit. I was not part of that. So how they went, I do not know. Because I was, and I learned they were trying to arrange to go, they did not get a remittance. And I am told, perhaps through their own international connections, the team is there. So the assistant minister brought that to my attention, and the deputy minister has taken seize of that, and is looking into the matter to see how it can be remedied.
Thank you, Minister Cole. This is Paul Kennedy, and we are really honored to have you, to clarify some of these things to us tonight. This is the first time I'm learning that there are 34 auxiliaries under the Ministry of Youth and Sports. And for me to even hear that out of the 34 auxiliaries, your annual budget is 1.1 million. If you do that calculation just off the top of your head, you are talking about $32,000 per entity. That cannot even keep the Lone Star on camp for 1 week. So I'm glad that you are putting all of the right, the right modalities in place to ensure that this money is at least step up to the 10 million you are requesting. But let me ask you a question, because you listed that there have been additional playing fields, but you still don't know why the Lone Star is not doing it. If it is a privileged public information, how much are the players paid? I mean, don't give me a particular, just give me a range, a ballpark. How much are our players paid per annum or monthly?
No, I mean, I'm not sure they are being paid monthly. I'm not sure. They have a commitment. They do pay them when they have international engagements, because these players go back to their respective teams and clubs when the Lone Star is not engaged with them.
Okay.
So I cannot here right here. I don't have the budget with me to know how much is being paid to each of them, because they got categories. I know they got the foreign-based players and the local players. So I can get that to you maybe subsequently.
I asked that question for a reason, Mr. Minister, because you asked back to say you don't know why the team is not really well performing. Football commitment and individualistic playing and teamwork playing are two different things, Mr. Minister. And I think For those of you who are in the training line, can support me. You can have the best players. If they are playing individual balls, you're never going to win a game like as a team. So what is your plan? What are you doing as a minister to make sure that for a certain period of time, not just grab one player from here and there and put them on the team, but cohesively, what are you doing to have a Lone Star team that will be living and camping together for a good length of time, like Samuel Doe did when he sent the Lone Star to Brazil for almost 8 months? They were there, and that when that team came back, that team became the most powerful team that Liberia has ever seen, and it generated and produced a lot of the players who became very formidable in the international competition. What is your plan towards that, Mr. Minister?
So let me just say again that the whole technical development aspect of the national team is run by the Liberia Football Association. They have the programs. They come for support. If that is part of their future program, as a God support it. Difficulty in that also is that the players are not all based in Liberia. And so you can just take all of them out for 8 months, 10 months. I don't know the modern day, the contemporary possibility, because these players are all attached to various teams. But again, like I said, we have a new coach. He has if that is going to be part of their program, they will forward it to us, and in the next budget year, again and again, we try to factor it in. We want this to be a possibility. And you spoke like an old footballer. I don't know whether you
No. Don't spoil our show.
That man he play tennis ball. That man play tennis ball.
The man have not kicked.
Stand up, give me 5 seconds, Mr. Minister. I think it's possible because now you are home growing a under 21 team. If I would suggest anything, I would think that because the senior Lone Star team is all engaged, they are all out of the country and everywhere. But that under 21 team, under 17 and under 21 team should be where you start growing your homegrown team
so let's
from,
move on.
keeping them together. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you very much.
Good youth development program, and you are correct. We have the under 12, we have under 16, we have under 18. These programs so far, I think, are progressing, and we'll lay the emphasis on that. We also are going to lay emphasis on the inter-school sports association and their own league, because that's where also you.
So I know we'll bring you back, Mr. Minister. We'll bring you back, and we'll have a long conversation on the Ministry of Youth and Sport. But let's just talk about what was trending out there concerning your ministry. Now we understand that Elder Field is different. We'll reach out to Raji, I believe that's his name. But again, are you okay right now financially with this team go out and play? You think that you are in the best financial position right now to tell the nation that yes, indeed, we'll play against Togo, we'll come back home and play against Algeria, and we'll get ready. You are not under any constraint. Am I correct?
So for the first time in days or in weeks, tonight I am relieved because of the news I just received from the finance ministry that the money requested for the games, the check is available. So yes, tonight, if you asked me last night, I would be crying. But tonight I am happy and relieved.
Okay,
that money, perhaps
here.
it is because of the collective action that all of us, attached to this. Because last night I am to reflect this. I'd like to say thank you so much for your support. This is being nationalistic. It's not putting the government under pressure, but this is a fiduciary responsibility. And I believe we all owe it. So yes, we received the check tonight. And tomorrow, I'm very sure the disbursement will be done. The team will go. They will play Togo in Lomé, come back, immediately come back and get ready for Tuesday. We beat Algeria here, and then we prepare for the Under 20 Wafu tournament commencing September 15, right here in Monrovia. So that's a very big one. That brings a lot to the economy because you're going to have about between 8 to 10 countries here. we hosting the under 20 West African Football Union tournament. That is a very big one. And I think it's a major development. It's a milestone. And so we need to celebrate that too.
Yes, so Minister, I know why you on the line. The team, the players are listening to you. So I want to use this moment to just inspire them. 2017, Liberia was 135th. Liberia was rated 135 out of 206 countries by FIFA. 6 years under George Weah, by 2023, we dropped by 15 points. We're 150 out of 206. Dropped by 15 points in 6 years under George Weah. In the Mana River Basin, we were the only country that did not qualify for African Cup of Nations and World Cup under George Weah. In the last few months under President Bouakai, the team has won Liberia versus Djibouti. We won them 2. We came here, we drew, we secured 3 points, we secured 4 points. For the World Cup qualifier, we also secured 4 points, sitting third place on the table. With everything that's happening, with all the challenges, the players listening to you and you, the administrator, I just want to say with this progress in short time, let it be a source of motivation for the team going into the match over the weekend. This progress we have made to take our team from 15 points down the ground to where we are now, we did not do it because we have millions of dollars. We only did it because there was some inspiration in the team. We want you and your team members and the coaches to see this as a foundation for inspiration to go and win, come back and win, and we can talk about the necessary transformation that need to take place. I just wanted to say that to inspire your team after talking about all the challenges.
Thanks so much, and that's being nationalistic. Quite frankly, I didn't want to beat our horns because it's a bit still early, but I like to say thank you for, again, the reinvigoration. The team has really performed, and like you said, yeah, they had jumped 10 on the FIFA ranking on the table. That is more than overly remarkable. And so, yes, we are trying when we want to encourage the team to continue despite all of the odds. Let's do this for our country. This is the only country we have. So congratulations again to the team thus far.
Honorable Minister, this is Fatima Salif. I thank you for the work that you're doing, but I was a little disappointed when you said that you did not know what to do at this point to get the team up to standard. I think you are doing a good job from what you've explained, from the stance you've taken. And I also believe, from where we come from, that if you put into people, you invest into people, you invest into coaches, and you give people, the tools, I think they will produce. So far, I know that when I even heard the amount of money that you spoke of for the entire sporting activities in the whole country, it was just, it's not okay for travel, for feeding, for room and board, for hosting the team. I don't think it's a lot of money, but I think you've made due. I just think that if you hire qualified coaches, hold the team's feet to the fire, have them in camp practicing, I think our team would do well. So that was the part that I was a little disappointed about when you said you did not know what to do at this point. I think you're doing a good job with it. Just keep doing what you're doing. Encourage the coaches, the players, and I just like the encouraging statement that you gave them right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have everyone spoken? Have you spoken, Fadiga? Fadiga, you have
No,
a question?
I don't have question. I'll pass.
Ava, your finger broken too?
Ava, have you asked your question?
So now you can act like you who are trained, you can act like you can't read. You're disappointed.
Ava, ask your question. The minister is on, please.
Yes, Mr. Minister, greetings. I heard you say you are not the Ministry of Youth and Football, but the Ministry of Youth and Sports. Then in the next voice, I hear you say you're having a National Football Forum. And in my mind, a lot of sports are just pushed to the side. I believe we should be having a National Sports Forum in Liberia that incorporates the other sports and try to give them some elevation. We see what the track team has done for us recently, how they have carried the flag and made us proud on the continent and in international space. But that did not happen in a vacuum. It happened with a collaboration of people on the ground, former track athletes, and people in the diaspora, and also making an effort to identify the talent. So when I look at your budget, I see upcountry basketball, $3,691. I look at the Basketball Federation, the transfer to the Basketball Federation. I see $1,230. I mean, I want to say that mistake. Maybe they come on the wrong place, they drop the zeros. But seriously, though, there's a need for a national forum on sports development. What is your vision overall for sports and trying to move us into another level? But since they will probably cut me also, I can ask my second question and my first question. My second question is, I believe SKD soccer pitch and the practice pitch have been turned over to the LFA. What is the opportunity to turn over the SKD gym to the Liberian Basketball Association so that they can have a home and they can be trying to pull lead this place all the time instead of just using it as an event location? So what about giving them that opportunity to expand the sport?
So the SKD sports pitch is still with the Ministry of Youth and Sports. Is not turned over to the FA. The practice pitch is turned over to the FA because we had an MOU with the FA for FIFA to come and develop the field for football development. And so, yes, the practice pitch is turned over for FA for the league, but the main stadium is still with the Ministry of Youth and Sports. The team is part of the property the Ministry of Youth and Sports. I know that the Basketball Federation of recent has been engaged with us, and we have initiated a conversation. We want responsible management of our facilities. You know, the Basketball Federation also had their own problem. They have had a series of troubles and crises. I'm happy that it's been settled. And so Mr. Tamuka and the SG Dix have engaged us. We have initiated a positive conversation as to the way forward. But currently, they are almost like in charge of that facility. I mean, just let you know that.
That's wonderful.
So, and so, I mean, that is that for the basketball. For the look, the question Uncle Sam asked was football specific. That's the reason I talk about the football stakeholders. Right. It has to be holistically done. And I know we also have a plan for we had the first meeting with all 34 federations, and they all have said they want to go back and come and present to us in writing some of their recommendations. We've begun receiving some of the recommendations. We put all together and then make a determination as to the next course of action, but it's going to be in the next few weeks. The football team came as a specific question from Uncle Sam, and so I just thought I needed to emphasize the point that has to do with the Lone Star and where we are. But again, you're right. We need to look at it holistically, and I continue to maintain I'm the Minister of Youth and Sports, and I will not be Minister for one discipline.
Thank you very much, Jacob Bangalo. Councillor Ko Bangalo, want to say thank you for joining Spawn tonight. Again, let me just go over this thing. You are happy that your team, the Lone Star, will be going, the People's team will be traveling to play the game, and you're also happy that the next team will be coming back to Liberia to play. It's the good news, and everybody ready, everybody praying that they win that game. Again, you have anything else to say tonight? I believe this is a good inning. All right, we are not in the situation to say the government let us down. So
So we can't just talk all of the bad. Since we took over, we've been working to ensure that a lot of good things we're happy at the new stadium there to ensure FIFA compliance. So what we have done also in the next 2 to 3 weeks, we will have in the country the modern state-of-the-art dugout seats that will be installed at the stadium. And also, we have resumed the discussions that we see the importation in country of the floodlights because there are no lights at the stadium for night games. So that we hope will be finalized and that the lights will be restored before December, hopefully. So these are things that we have been working on, and we are very optimistic they will happen before December. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Coach Bangalore. And again, before we let you go, we want to say, what's your prediction for the game on Friday?
We'll be biased, though. I will tell you, Blue Star will win 2-0 in Lomé and will beat Algeria here 1-0.
We hold you to that 2-0 away, 1-0 at home. And again, if not, we'll call you to laugh at you if they beat Lobster. Thank you very much, my friend. Have a good night.
But he's going to be consoling. He's going to be consoling the minister if we lose. How you clap at the man?
I will laugh at him. You know me. I
Yeah,
get
and Stanton, just so you know, I was a good number 5 for football mission.
When we were playing football, you were there.
Number 5.
When we were playing football, you were there.
Lost in placard. Out of my name. They used to call me Lost in placard.
So
yeah, you were lost. You were lost. But let's say we want to say thank you, folks. A great show. Mommy, when we're going to get to that consolidation, man? I've been reading through it. It's powerful. Look at B Mountain, their contract. Man.
I mean, I don't know whether we'll have time for that today.
Not today. It's 7:21, 11:21 in the country. Yeah, not today.
We can talk about it tomorrow. I just wanted to give feedback on the minister's statement. You see, and we need to have a deep conversation about this. I know Ava is interested in basketball and everything, but look, this is a reality, right?
Oh, so you stayed on your lot of men to pick on me?
Everybody,
now
you as a person.
My man, anybody can pick on you, your neck thing and your finger. I'm sorry.
we got all these sports. The men talk about 34 different, some way they call it, county, district, and all the different stuff. We want to play basketball, kickball, football, volleyball, everything. But we do not have the resources. We do not even have the capacity to manage those teams. I know people will argue that, there are other people playing it. Why don't we narrow our scope to few sports for now, develop it well, and use the strategy when they are successful over time, use that strategy to come back and develop the other sport. We participate in everything and get nothing. We spread our arms on everything and nothing develop. For over 20 years, all the teams are the same. No growth. From basketball to football to checker to table tennis, everything down. Because we got small resources, small capacity, we spread it all over 500, nothing grows. Suppose we sit as a country and decide to say, these are our priority sports. It doesn't mean we not care about the other sports, but these are our priority sports. Let's focus on them. Let's develop them. When we develop them and there is progress over time, we take the strategy we use for that development, we update it and use it to develop all. We can't do all together. Lastly, the local leagues. The young people playing football in Liberia has been misused by these teams. I've seen some of their contracts. The LFA, the Ministry of Youth and Sport, need to put in place a mechanism to control and regulate how these teams are playing football players in Liberia. Some of them pay them $30, $40 because they don't have the resources. But why don't they come together and establish strong teams, set financial requirements before you can own a team in Liberia? You can't be owning a team and paying somebody $30. Some of them don't even take pay. But nobody looking into that, nobody regulating that, and they just using these children for political purposes. They come by and say, I got a football team. But the people who play in the football, you don't pay them well. Their contracts are not even legal. and nobody monitoring it. But let's come together and think and prioritize. It can't be everything with the small resources we have. Nothing is growing.
Mame, I couldn't agree with you more. I think Ava will come in later, but let me just jump in since we're on the same line. Listen, in addition to sitting to see what is more, which area do we have expertise, right? But then how can we do that on a low budget? I just did the math. 1.1 million. It's not even one football team 1 week money here or in other countries where they are playing good football. And then you ask why the team is not doing well. Why I agree that football, people should be doing it from their heart and their commitment to country. When you play on the national team, I think countries players should also be fairly compensated because those people got families to take care of, right? And then if you look to see, you got the under 17 and the under 21 team. Prioritize those teams. Make sure that they are staying together, they are grouping together. Allocate one of the sports areas for them to encamp and play and grow up after the senior team. Because or else we're just going to have a bunch of players playing individual football and you're never going to have a team. Look at the county meet. That's one of the most celebrated sports time of our country. What do they do with the players coming out of the county meet? Most of them just play, come down, they don't even make it to the national team. So the minister needs to look at how does he get these players from around to really consolidate them into making a team in the country. I just wanted to add that to your good point.
Padilla, go now. You thought this now?
I'd say I never had anything to say on that topic.
Okay.
Fadiga can only talk on politics.
But anyway, in all fairness, I think our Lone Star is going to do well. We're going to hold the minister to what he said. He said we're going to win. At least we're seeing our team winning these few days. He said we're going to win 2-1 and 1-0, 1-0. So we're going to hold him and we're going to tell him when I'm hoping that they win anyway. So we're going to hold him to the fire, make sure that our team do well. That's the pride of all Liberians. Lone Star forever.
Yeah. Well, look, me, I'm a very old-fashioned person, okay? I'm not a Man U fan. I'm not a Barca fan. I'm not all the kind of fan there. You know, you can't have your sports heroes in different countries. You know, and if you have your sports heroes, the people that you believe to be the icon in different countries, you will never develop a Salinsa, you will not develop a George Weah, you will not develop, like a Christopher Red type of people, right? When you have a strong league within the country, where you have an IE, where you have a Baman, where you have St. Joseph Warrior, where you have those kinds of things there, and they can be supported commercially. You have a lot of commercial enterprises in this country that can support sports. Sports is a business. It's not recreation. Okay? We take everything that brought to be like subsistence agriculture, selling a banana in the street, holding it, and you think that business. No. Sports development starts with sports administration. And what we need at the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Sports, are sports administrators. You know, and with no offense to my friend Ko Bangalu, he's a lawyer. I don't think a lawyer can be an effective youth and sports development administrator. He's a very brilliant man. He has a lot of credentials, but it's square pegs.
But do you know whether you have an administrative skill, Uncle Sam?
Not in sports administration, Stanton. Stop
Uncle
backing ugliness.
Uncle Sam.
No, but stop backing ugliness.
Uncle
Stop
Sam.
backing ugliness. Stop
Uncle
backing
Sam.
it. I'm not putting him down, Stanton. Don't do this. Let me finish my thought. Let me finish my thought. No. I would not yield. I cannot yield, sir. I'm sorry. I cannot yield.
What do you know about Ko Bangalu, Uncle Sam?
I don't know whether he has a background in sports administration. I don't know that.
Are you telling a well-learned Uncle Sam? Are you telling the nation?
Man.
Uncle Sam.
If you put Albert Einstein at the Ministry of Youth and Sports, you will not function.
Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam, we miss you. Uncle Sam, we miss you.
And forget about your political biases. He is a good man.
There's no political biases yet.
No, there's a political bias. I'm talking something that is very sensible, and you want to skew it politically because you want to score political point on it. Let's listen to what I have to say. For once in your life, listen to common sense. Listen to common sense. No, you wait because it's my turn. I beg you, I hold your phone. Right?
Uncle Sam, you're not being fair. I asked you a simple question. My question to you, do you know whether you have any background in administration?
I said sports administration. I was very specific.
Uncle Sam,
I said sports administration.
Without having a background in sport administration, and if he does have a background in administration, do you think it helped in that department?
So what I like to see, and we made a same mistake too. We put somebody like asset door at Youth and Sports who's a finance man. We did it. Okay? Because we did it. And I'm my own man. I'm my own man. Okay? But
I'm not talking about asset door. I'm talking about Councilor Cole Bangalore, Uncle Sam. I'm not talking about asset door.
On the issue. As I know Cole Bangalore, I don't know if he has a background in sports administration. I don't know that. If you know that, I will apologize. But I'm saying to you when I say
who in Liberia have a background in sport administration that you know?
Oh, I don't know, but I bet you put if you put a request for proposal out there,
so can I
bet you there are Liberians around the world and within Liberia who have background in sports administration.
You're not answering the question. You're just talking blah 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 blah.
No, you're not talking Tabata. You're talking Tabata.
Yeah, you're just talking blah 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 blah. You're not answering the question.
You always want to divert the superior point that I'm making to denigrate it because it's hitting home. That is your point. That is your reflection.
No,
not happening tonight.
No, officer. I asked a simple question.
No, but
you're looking for the man to come out with a degree in sport administration. You don't know this man. You don't know his credential. You don't know what he brings forth. You just celebrating a Yeti. He should have a degree in sport administration. Uncle said,
I never say you should have a degree.
You should have an experience. You should have a background in sport administration. You should go to LSC like me and get a degree in sport administration. Stop that Tabata, Uncle Sam. Stop that Tabata, Uncle Sam. Stop that Tabata. You didn't say that about Zoga Wilson. You want to down with Zoga Wilson, yeah. Now you're looking for somebody to have administrative ideas in sport administration or what administration? You want Zoga Wilson. You didn't say about Zoga Wilson. Zoga Wilson plays football. He might goalkeeper.
Can we move on, please?
Okay. The fact is,
Can I have Uncle Sam for 4 days? You were off. I gotta bring him to speed. Come on.
May I be on long-term school
administration?
Yeah, I know. You know, it's a good thing. It's a good thing that finally, while the minister was on the show, he confirmed that he got a call from Ministry of Finance that they will be giving him money, the team to travel. It's a good thing. It is only that I know the minister was playing politics with the national team. The minister knows what I know. He knows that Lone Star could not have gone to state because Lone Star, the government owes 24,000.
What Uncle Sam said to you, is that true that you were misplaced at the Ministry of Youth and Sport? What Uncle Sam just said?
That's what I believe. He's a brilliant man.
I couldn't go.
What Uncle Sam just said, is that true? That I said you were misplaced. That George Ranaria put you in a position with such a credential language.
Put a word between Isaac and myself.
What Uncle Sam said about you, can you confirm or deny that? That the former president took you away from your banking and financial institution with the huge portfolio. Now you're making over $150,000 a year and put you in the Ministry of Football. What Uncle Sam said about you, is that true? that the president.
What I said about Cole Bangalore is true. You're not diverse. What I said about Cole, let's talk about Cole Bangalore.
I wanted to make a point. I wanted to correct. There are a lot of misinformation.
Let's talk about Cole Bangalore. Cole Bangalore is the topic under discussion, not anecdote. That diversionary title will not work tonight. It will not work tomorrow. It will never work with me. We're talking about Cole Bangalore, the current Minister of Youth and Sports. That's what we're talking about. So that is so angry. It's diversionary.
Give Adedo a chance to conclude. Cole Bangalore is an experienced administrator for the LFA. He has worked in sports administration for over 10 years of his life.
So there was a good suggestion on the show concerning the issue of many teams trying to put more.
No, Mama, can you say that again? Can you please say that again, Mama?
We who play football in Liberia being around.
Also, he's a football administrator, not a sports administrator. Thank you, Mame. Thank you very much. He's a football administrator. You wrong there. He's not a sport administrator.
Hey, okay, let me say my own.
You're wrong again. Let's start it off.
Let's get blood pressure tonight.
He was a football administrator, not a sports administrator. I said, don't talk, please.
Yeah, thank you. So, you know, it was.
This is unfair to call Asedo a misplaced minister by George Manawia.
That's what I believe. That's what we're not talking about. Asedo. Let's stick to Cole Bangalore, who was a football administrator, not a sports administrator. Let's take
But you went and done with Zoga Wilson. He wasn't a football or sport administrator. What say you?
My man, we're speaking in the now. We're speaking in the now, not in the past. Joe Barker was elected to correct the mistakes of the past.
But we got to correct Uncle Sam on the show now. We got to
correct him, man.
Correct me again.
Yeah, the structure of the Ministry of Youth and Sport has somebody who is dedicated as a deputy minister for sports.
So let me I wanted to make
30 seconds, Isaac. The minister you're talking to, you question here whether he got sport administration background. I told you for over 20 years.
I don't care. It was 50 years in football. That's not sports administration. It's football. Big difference. Doesn't include track and field.
Uncle Sam, let's listen to people's opinion.
No, but man, they want to cut the conversation. Let them move forward.
Yeah.
I stick on my opinion.
It's very shame for Uncle Sam to come on the show. It's shame for Uncle Sam to come on the show. Yeah, it's very shame for Uncle Sam to come on the show and denigrate Asedo, saying that John Wayne misplaced him.
So,
that's okay. Let Asedo talk. Yeah, I mean, Uncle Sam been with government since 1970. He didn't.
No, since 1950. Since 1950. I was there since 1950. No problem. I was there with Joe Barker. Joe Barker was holding my baby in the mansion.
So again, I wanted to say, I know someone raised a very good point about the issue of our sport in the country, where all of these teams playing plenty. I remember very quite well a discussion between former Minister Samuel Tua and of course Mustafa Raji, who is the president of the sporting stuff there of LFA in Liberia, where right at the Kadi, we had this little meeting where Samuel Tua proposed, and I mean, you know what, we need results. All of this make and play is not a thing. Now we are not getting results. Why don't we suspend our teams from games, put more efforts in training, bring up new breeds when we are really good and go through? I know Rajiv brought a lot of other issues of some Lone Star will get fined if you don't partake. A lot of issues in broader, so we continue. But one point I wanted to clarify, I know someone was talking about 2017, Lone Star was 124 points on the George we are. That is flooded lie. You know, these misinformation people get around is cool. Like I always say, you cannot have PhD everywhere. It's not possible. Even when you use AI, it's not possible. So there's a real thing. In 2017, before we talk about, Lone Star was ranked on FIFA at 134. But at that point, though, Lone Star was ranked among 206 countries. At 2023, when we left, Lone Star absolutely was ranked at 148. But then it was among 211 teams. That means Lone Star only dropped 9 places, not 14 or 15. So
Say that again.
The boy is a politician.
I know.
No, we are about to mess it up. Go ahead. Say that again.
You are a politician, man.
Okay. So this is it. Someone
Take
said,
your time, because I wrote it down. Take your time.
Someone said, Lone
We
Star.
understand what the person said. Bring
Well,
on.
I want to
Yeah.
I want to say, someone said, Lone Star dropped, Lone Star, I don't know, I was out already hearing about Lone Star dropped 15 places, which is a lie. Lone Star did not drop 15 places. That's the main thing. And with the record I'm giving here, again, you can have PhD in football, you can have your business. But
what's the record? What's the record?
Lone Star was
the Lone Star dropped
way bad. Let me finish back. What's the record?
Places.
The man wasn't out on CEO.
Not 15.
We need to
That's
close
the
the show.
Okay, no, hold on 1 minute, Paul. Hey, Paul, bad. I see what the woman was saying back to that, bro. Seriously. I said though, you just explained something.
The man went China.
You just explained something. You said Lone Star dropped
9 places.
9 places. Yeah. Now you were talking about the different numbers, 200 and something.
206, 211.
What's that? What's the 206, 211?
The ranking is based on the number of teams and your wins within certain time. So if you are ranked probably 10 places among 10 teams, when they actually rank total 10 teams.
So Lone Star dropped 9 places.
Yeah, on
wins how many games?
You know, I can't tell you the exact number of games.
Among how many teams?
211.
211. Lone Star dropped 15 places.
No,
how many games?
That is a lie. That 15 teams is not.
Okay, hold on now. Hold on. And this is 2017 or now?
I already said that too.
No, you can't run. You can't run now. You can't run. You are saying you're confused.
211. Go on.
You are saying you're confused.
You don't have to.
You are saying you're confused. Mommy can't help the man understand, mommy.
So again, like I said,
mommy has the brother understand.
Yeah, no problem. I'm feeling with it. 206, 211.
So mommy,
no, the thing is,
so you need backup from Mame every day.
No, I don't need backup.
Yeah, you need
I said don't keep on the show, and he said somebody said. He said that mommy said it. He said no, somebody said.
No, what are we talking about now? I'm guessing what is right. Go to my website is there.
So
the Lone Star drop.
The
Lone Star drop.
So as it do, you did not disprove anything. You did not disprove here. You did not show here that Lone Star progressed on George Weah.
I agree with you.
I'm coming away from me now. You are talking. I didn't talk.
You're
talking. How many things you are saying? I agree.
But again, your 15 places is not true. That's the main thing.
You were talking. I didn't talk. You give me chance.
There's no problem.
You give me chance. You give me chance.
But
6 years. 6 years on George Weah, a former world best, African best, and everything. The national team performance.
Yeah, it was poor.
Drop. I mean, I was talking. You were talking. Why are you behaving like this? Why are you behaving like this? Why you don't want to hear?
Go ahead, mommy. The information is sent as it though is not adding up. So go ahead, mommy.
So, mommy, act like you said Jazzy and cry on knee.
I would not cry on your knee, but
but mommy, are you a former PhD again, brother? We can continue.
No, you don't want to get PhD in football. Are you talking about football correcting people?
No, I'm saying
PhD in football.
This is a distraction. Mommy, as the door wants to distract you.
Mommy, make the point. Make the point.
As the door, you will get a chance.
Honor George Weah, a football president. He inherited the national.
No. African best, European best,
African best,
world best. Jamaica best.
Yes. Who said his best thing in life is football? He took over the national team. It was sitting at 135th place. By the time he left, it was 150th place. I compare it to the 206 number of team. The team did not. Mama, shut up. Let me talk. You are talking.
You're so rude.
Give me chance. Shut up. Let me speak.
You are a rude man.
All right, guys, let's go ahead. Let's move. Let's end this show. I want to put
guys,
you are so rude.
You don't want to behave.
Stanton, you can mute people. Stanton, you can mute people selectively. I blame you. You are right now. You the one.
Anton is biased. Let's try to close this show. Fadiga, can you close? Fadiga, can you close? We got 30 seconds to close each. I mean, at the end of the show, we gotta have fun, but let's close the show, right?
Well, we had a great discussion. We discussed a lot of
things. Why are you so serious today? Are you okay?
I'm okay. I'm always okay.
I don't know.
You
are very serious.
I'm not in it.
Is she? Yeah, is she pregnant? Did you like her? Did you like her? Did you like the guy?
Who cares?
Okay, but you're so serious, man. If she ain't like, don't worry about it. Thing will be fine.
I'll be on that age of lacking and worry about lacking.
Okay.
Yeah, at the age now, I can't worry about lacking.
You want to play with like bro?
Well, much younger, I never worried about that. Well, great show, great.
That you big hair you get, you're not worried about knocking. That your big ugly hair there.
Fatiga, Akara's Grace, I'm gonna warn you. Akara's Grace said the place you can go. He know the people that are there. He said, still the last time I was on the call, James Goodell from Akara's Grace great, and 2 other individuals. He said one Fadiga. The guys that over there can take people picture. I've seen that 3 times. I open it warning you now. Akara's Grace say you must call him.
We are aware of CDC operatives on the ground, and we know how to tread very carefully. I can't agree. I know he probably took a shot. That's why you were confused. But anyway, I can't remember, man. I will say this: great show. The salary stuff. Look, I will maintain my stuff. I'm not going to beat on people for salary. If we want to make salary equitable, it should be done with a process. It should be done across the board. I don't think Patrick Horner or the guys over there did anything good. If they choose to reduce their salary, that would be a noble and a thing to do. But the burden is not actually on them. The burden is on a system that that brought this upon us. The last administration came, they said they were harmonizing pay. We all know that it was actually a salary redistribution to reward partisan over doing the right thing. So we still got it. If they didn't do it, this administration, I think there's always opportunity to review things. Before Liberia became what it is today, even in the United States, there were several changes, several restructuring. So if something that general public believe that it should be worked on, fine. But in my life, at a certain point when I reach certain point in life, I work benefit, I negotiate salary. I don't go to company right now and don't demand certain amount of salary. A certain baseline I demand. Even in America, when I go for an interview, they ask me, I know how to negotiate my salary. That why even when I was freelancing, I knew what I demanded from companies and something. So I think every librarian should be able to afford that. When it comes to salary, I don't think 3,000 enough, 4,000. That is condescending, and that I would like to do this. Oh, like what 2,000 too out? Are you telling me that the people here not qualified to make 4,000? They are. There are qualified people in this country. We do not have any tracking mechanism to measure the work. That's on us as a country. We need to fix it. But to say that the people here, are they dirt? Are they what? You can make 10, 20, 100,000 in America, in Liberia. If people look, one thing, and I will close on this. People don't know LTA, but check the remittance from LTA to the national government. In fact, I think, if my STB is right, LTA remit the highest amount of revenue to government cover. The last time I checked, they remit the highest amount of revenue to government cover.
That's not true.
What you checking?
That's not true.
That's
not true. That's not true. That's not true.
I gotta stop.
All right, wait. Let Fadiga finish. That's true. Let me tell Fadiga.
Hold on.
Fadiga, go ahead. Are you finished? Are you done?
Hold on now. I said I stand to be corrected. So I'm not saying that the figure is definite, but I'm just trying to say that the remittance in the tune of hundreds of millions. The last time I checked, they made a lot of money.
Yeah, you're very smart, man. You can put all these things out there instead of be corrected. Stop, man.
If you have people working
that information, you put it out there. There's not you do it instead of be corrected. You already flashed the people. People already running with that story. You can't get it back from them. That's not true.
Stand up. When people
you're
work,
smart. You're a smart dude. You know you got them.
People should get paid. That's not a problem in the country.
Yeah, what? Fadiga, you are at LPRC today. You and your brother. What you guys were doing there?
I had a meeting there.
You had a meeting with the deputy for Operation Jaeger, or you just passed to your office to say hi?
You're tracking the man.
Oh, man, why you also you
got no. I have the conversation. I got picture of it. Fadiga, you are at LPRC today. You are at LPRC today.
I want to invest in the oil sector.
So you want to be the deputy for Operation Jaeger.
I go to see.
Okay. I just decided to put it out there.
I want to see.
It's okay. I just let everybody know that my eye is on every one of you in Liberia. And your visit today, I will explain to you exactly what you went for, but I will pause for now.
Nigerians should be paid. Look, you know what? I think police should be paid more.
I want to say to everybody, that's a beautiful show today. I'm tired. I'm hungry. Fatima, I'm gonna say this to you. You look wonderful today, like always. People are complimenting your hairstyle. Is there a real hair though, or you just did it? Anyway, we move.
Are you ready again?
Fatima, you bought it for you. If you bought it,
thank you.
I want to say thanks to everybody, man. From my end, a beautiful show. Come back tomorrow. Let's talk Liberia. Let's think Liberia. The president is getting ready to go to China after Indonesia trip. For the Spoon page, all those pictures are there. His engagement is wonderful. Again, we hope for the best, nothing less. What the president is engaging, folks, please. Government, ministers, directors, commissioners, whatever your position may be, we just ask you, man, do the right thing. Let's help build a better Liberia. God bless every one of you that joined us tonight. Have a wonderful evening. Good night. Good night, folks.
Well, how you can be close?
Well, man, I will fight back with you.
You're not fun, man. You know to make a talk to man. You can put a broken finger up the top. You can put a good one up. The other finger that get long, stay on it. Hold it like this.
So look at finger. I'm finger broken. Do they say you can't read?
Yeah, man. You go for it. Wait, man, put a finger in break. Anyway, yeah, man. Let's go in peace before I say something. I ever want to talk something. He will spare for you. You will define the word. You will go on AR, chat, GBT, everything.
Yeah, they can be looking at your post. The moment you say one mistake, I can correct you.
Yeah.
But
you can make all the necessary mistakes over there. But you know,
man, I swear to
God.
Yeah,
man. You know what I said today? Fatima was more mature today because Glennie not on. I think Glennie can cause Fatima.
I'm immature. Are you saying that I'm immature?
No, you are more mature.
No, you did
today.
not just say that.
No, let me correct myself.
Okay, yeah.
Don't mind the enemy of progress are saying wow, please.
I will see that on the insult of Fatima.
Allah, you I gotta see this girl for her to give me that thing she promised me. Don't put no saying that, Gary.
Yeah, because I'm about to
I take it back. Paul won't put saying Gary, I take it back.
Yeah,
did he just say I was immature?
I will not take that. I will not take that setting down.
Let me tell you, he's trying to create problem here. That's it. I have to tell the guy, you're trying to create problem.
Yeah, man. My grandpa, thank you, man. No, seriously, that show was really good. There was no need to.
No, when I say you were mature, you waited, you didn't interrupt anybody.
I never interrupt anyone. I never do. I just second it sometimes. I don't interrupt people. I just sit there and wait for them to finish talking. You have to have an intellectual discourse. So when
but you were good today. You was good today, seriously.
You were saying, although he just threw a
I
jab
was saying
at me and
soon
called
I
me.
get my
Let
story.
me just do a little closing to my
No,
Liberian
we
people.
close already. No, we
I'm
close.
close. So, hey, see,
Fatima will close. The man
thank you. I did not close.
Wow.
I
Don't
did.
be that man petty and wants to go to La Brother. We must say no. Don't fine. Fatima, let's go back.
I beg you. I just want to say 1 minute here. I beg you.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
I just want to say happy birthday to Uncle Boyi Kuya Seyon. To my Uncle Idris, he's sick, he's here. I want to say, Uncle Idris Sharif, I wish you wellness. To my Uncle George Moore, my play my Yasa Moore, we didn't actually lay her to rest. They took the body to Liberia. CEO, thank you for letting me make the announcements the last time. My grandma passed away. Mama Zezeveli Moore, she passed away, but she wanted to be buried in Liberia. We had all her ceremonies this weekend, and I just want to tell the Moore family that we are sincerely and deeply sorry. To the Liberian people, thank you for watching our Spoon Network. Because
Let me ask you a question, Fatima. So if the people owe and they say I die, came to Liberia, if you don't do it, then what happened?
No, she said you won't take my body to Liberia. You will see what will happen. She said
it's the dying man's wish.
It's the wish. It's the wish.
No. They're alive.
It's the dying man's
wish.
wish.
They were alive when they said that. They were well.
That their will. You got to respect their will. There's something called will extension. The same way when you're living, you write that this will go to this person, this will go to this person, and I will be buried here. You got to respect that.
So let me say this. If you know that your wish, why you can go to Liberia and sit down there, then you die to bury you?
No. I think she was in the process of no. But for her, see what she was in the process of.
Why are you giving credence to this second guy?
She was in the process of moving to Liberia.
I'm not laughing at this thing, right?
Laughing, man.
Wait, no, Fatima. It's not about your grandma. No, it's just across the board, Fatima.
But see, let me make my own. I want to say I won't go to Liberia. I want her to bury me in Samuka.
That one between you and how you call it, AB Kurman. I mean,
ready?
But let me say this.
Are you ready?
But someone is saying you want to be buried in Liberia, you should go there now and be there now.
Go there now.
So when you die, because at $10,000,
I will not even say $10,000. See, you know what I saw do? Stop it. Me and I was so called me sticking channel. He need my friendship to know.
They get me your friendship. You need to get friendship.
You need my friendship.
I get under control that everyday thing.
Okay.
But let me say this. To be frank, right? If you know that your dying wish, right? We can buy the plane ticket for $1,400. We carry you to the country back to Liberia. Because if you die, we spend almost $10,000. But wait, if you die, we're going to spend almost $15,000.
That's right.
I mean, let's just look at it. But anyway, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. But what if you buried in here quietly, they would know that you buried in America?
Your conscience. There's something called your conscience.
No. But if the person died, they would know that you buried in America?
Yes.
Well, Fatima said the place will be cool.
Oh, snow time will be cool.
Yeah. They would know.
That person can see and say, why you bury me in America?
My Uncle George and all of
so first of all, Nelson, let's get this right.
And to my cousin Nelson, happy holiday today. Our last holiday for the summer. I didn't have no barbecue today. I stayed home. I slept all day and I woke up to come to school. Now all day, I ain't go nowhere.
Yeah, nobody worked today.
No work.
Everybody stay home. But I'm very concerned though. Paul Kelly, I'm very seriously I do concern that that's my maybe I'm thinking above and beyond. If the person old and is sick, get a sister or 90 days. Get a 60 or 90 days medication. When they go to laboratory, most of them can feel better because of the sun, right? Because they sit under the plum tree, right? Because they move around. But the people sitting home, they ain't doing nothing, zero.
Yeah. So all you're saying is
to walk right in front of the house, they're for shaking. They will start asking, can you get a machine that can put my foot up and down? Get up and walk. You go buy a machine, $300. Then they only like their foot going like they ain't doing nothing. Just get up and walk.
It does something serious.
Okay? No, they will only do something for the American people that are here. Our old man there, that boy in Liberia, they get a strong African boom. Get them back to Liberia. Then they say, but if I die, get my body back. I will hide and bury your body here. Then we.
You want to do that to me? I know you.
Listen, just try to park here and say, well, that the people will.
See, on the point, did you in the comment section? They said, "Don't man see problematic."
No,
yeah, they say Fatima don't even answer you, so I don't answer you.
But Fatima,
go ahead.
Fatima, my experience though, my mom came. She spent almost 10 years. She was tired, so I got her back, and she lived for 6 more years, and she got really younger in Liberia because of the social interaction, right?
True.
There she can pass around, but here she was just locked up in one house.
Yeah. You don't
she
like
can't
that.
go anywhere, and the winter can give her hard time. So.
Let my man show say, if we say, just walk in front of us, oh, number grandchild, number my forehead, then they shake it. Then they shaking to get up. Then they say, go by like brother. Say better. I ever. But here's the thing though. What they want, that what we do for them. Okay? What they want, that what we do for them. There will be no way they tell you, say, if you are sick, except when you are seriously sick and we have to keep you here. But if we get mango, you go back home, and then your wish go back home.
The woman was going September this month. She was moving back to Liberia. Her death was sudden. Nobody expected it at all. She was diagnosed like 2 or 3 weeks ago. She went for her first treatment, and she just right there she died. Why
she went for first treatment? She died.
They were infusing her. She was talking everything. And
you saw sue the hospital.
We're trying to see what we can do because I think sound correct.
So the only way when they say carry them back, like I'm saying, because you don't want them to know that you bury them here, you wrap them up with a bigger layer of blanket.
What are you guys doing all year now?
You wrap them because the winter here can be rough. And I have
Nelson. And the show, brother.
Now how the book can know that you didn't carry them back to like brother the winter.
No, but be that no. All you need to do, be that not tell them again. Put the heater right there. Be that not tell them again. Put some heat right there.
Don't talk my intel like that, please. I take that. Yeah, but my intel.
But the Maggie really said that he categorically denied payroll paddling yesterday on the show.
So payroll paddling, Maggie was speaking from the positive of payroll paddling, but maybe he did not know how to really delve into it. Some of these agencies had a lot of volunteers who have been there since 2016, 2017. Right now, they got volunteer teachers who are not on payroll, right? At some of these ministries and agencies, there were people who were.
I like the way you started this. The Maggie didn't know how to present it.
He may not have known. He may not have known how to.
Okay.
Yes, how to.
But if you ask me, Unity Party can play their own game, right? And I think Maggie get a good argument here. Except worrying, we don't know everything, Paul, right? Except worrying, we really don't know everything. But Maggie said I was the Minister of State. I signed all those documents to pay individuals. If anyone come back and say, well, Maggie added my name and he was collecting the money, that's a different story.
Right.
If any group come back and say, well, Maggie took the money that they gave me, that's a different story. If you have an organization to say TMP Company Limited, say Maggie say this is our company, we will put 30 people on payroll, and then the money will be come to our account, then we'll go give it to him. That's a different story. If we don't have anything of such, right? This long-edge Charlie King situation will walk free in the court of law. Again, maybe, LDCC got something more than what we are seeing. But to say Maggie sign on payroll, sign on vouchers, right? You should make a determination that money came back to him.
Exactly. And
that,
we're not defining payroll paddling right.
So
instead, I like the example you made, and as the door will come in, but I like the example Stanton made. to put people on payroll to accrue the benefit of the salary they're getting. Like you put somebody 10% on payroll and you're moving that 10% money and putting it into your pocket, you are partnering the payroll for your benefit. Or if they say, listen, at the Ministry of State, you can only employ 10%. Do not employ more than 10%. If you put 11 or 12%, you have parted the payroll. Now, as long there's a law that says you cannot employ or there's an employment quota, you cannot justify that as payroll paddling. And that's the argument Maguette is making. Maguette said, I didn't pardon the payroll because the people who will pay on payroll are Liberians who needed to work, who were justified, who are even sitting down there volunteering, and over this long time, they have not been getting anything.
And that's the argument we are making.
That's the argument
I really want, I said, let's keep it for last because we've already got to go. Let me come to Sister Fatima. Fatima, the argument here is that you call Mike and say, we are investigating because we have information that you are engaged in payroll partner, right? It's a good conversation. Ask them the question. We got all the document, vouchers, the signed document, everything. But I have spoken to other lawyers that are informed on this issue, and they said they have not seen anything to prove that Maguette received those kickbacks. That Fatima came with 20 people from our company, and Maguette took the people money and gave Fatima father. So if they cannot, if LCC cannot establish this, the recommendation to the Justice Department will fall flat. I mean, what do you think?
I agree with you, but see, I think Liberians, our people should try to create jobs and wealth for our people. I think for them to have a separate list of people and paying them on the side, that does not august well. I think the people.
Right. I agree, Fatima.
Good. Listen, I never really agree with him, but this one, I think he did the right thing, but the wrong way. He did it the wrong way. I don't think they should have separate lists outside of payroll and paying people. It doesn't look good. They should.
They had a separate list.
I think
the temporary payroll, the something payroll is kind of different, but it's not only restricted to CDC. It was the first
is that something because that is volunteer payroll I'm talking about? So
no, so I will share the document with you, Paul. Okay, I will.
Yeah,
because we put it in the chat room
before. Insight of what it is.
Isaac, what do you think? Yeah, what do you think happened here, Isaac?
Sometimes you said it right, and there was my argument. It has always been an argument, and again, the issue of separate payroll, we can discuss that, but we need to be fair to also state that today, as we are talking today, right now, it is at the Ministry of State. Right now, President Barker's daughter name is on that particular kind of payroll. There are many reasons why you will want to, because you don't want to reach certain limit of the regional payroll, and then you want to come. But again, it's not like you rightly said. This has been my argument. Now, if you come up to say, Maguette put even one person on the payroll, and for some reason he managed to create an account with a bank, or he encouraged the person to create an account, and then when the money comes, Maguette goes and takes the money. That is a different thing. We always agree. But to say, why Maguette signed the payroll, Maguette is the minister. He must sign. No one else will. Like you all rightly said. If he comes and says, listen, but when you say Maguette go to jail because you employ Liberians, then some people say, oh, because you put seditious on the payroll. Okay, seditious are Liberians.
Well, don't say the politics. I care like when you put sedition or you put opposition, imposition. My argument is that I hope, let me clear that the LDCC gets something bigger and stronger that they can present with hard evidence. And listen, we have Peter Paul here saying that Maguette, you instructed him to bring in 50 individuals. And every month, those 50 individuals are making 250,000. And those people never existed whatsoever. These are the names. These are the checks that were given to them. And he's pointing you to this. Anything short of that, my fellow Liberian, we will be disappointed in this one because you know why? To prove this beyond all necessary, that you should have hard evidence and you should have someone to stay in court and say, Nathaniel Maguette told me these are the evidence. Right, Fatima? Nathaniel Maguette told me these are my documentation. January, I took the check, yes, the bank statement, but the amount I received 50,000, and I took it to Natana Magee. February, I took the check and I took the money to Natana Magee. Anything short of that, then we are. I think again we will be blaming the Supreme Court again. This is not about imposition or opposition. This is about being straight up, and let's say this. So again, we'll see you guys tomorrow, man. Fatima, don't forget. ASAP.
Fatima, the man just insulted you on this national media.
I said,
you were
still on Mexico for one night. Can you imagine, Paul?
He was taught tired. Don't do it.
You were still on East Side. They think started a long time, Paul. Leave it. You were still on East Side.
So the man can insult you and call you on the ground.
That's what you can do. You can call me on the ground. Yeah, you can't do that. Take it as an insult. I just feel like.
Just message me or he saying send me something from
Fatima. You know who else keep us crying and again where they will call Fatima who day and cry. Fatima say leave me and stand up business. Then I cry.
All right. Okay, my mother in you and stand up
business. I said to you, well, come in there. I come in so you can take me somewhere.
Yeah, I come in. Paul, do you have Cash App when Patreon send me something so I can?
My man, tell me, you send me something, man. I'm not working.
No, yeah, Patreon say he can send me something for a 15K.
Man, that's more to your little Patreon right now.
When you send,
the money is outrageous for rescuers.
Fatima, when you come in Liberia,
when you have that blue light,
it's so we
don't let it fool you.
In Minnesota, you're not in Liberia. But Fatima, what you going to Liberia for?
I'm in Liberia, I don't mind.
What you going to Liberia for?
But see, I got things there to do there.
No, stop, man. You're not going to Liberia.
At the door.
I said, the man are buying the tickets and I'm going nowhere.
You don't know. At the door in Liberia, your face cannot be clear. No light can be in a room. And you can't see the blue light behind there.
It's not you, say.
I mean, what are you arguing?
I'm in Liberia.
Pull the name picture from Liberia. Pull the picture from Liberia. Let's see the name.
When Acid do in Liberia, he's in his living room, he got the brightest light ever.
Where?
His background is Joe. We have picture on the wall and somebody else.
That's not true.
The only person we know that when you're in Liberia, we don't see you that Paul Kennedy. And you give it an excuse and say your generator went off.
Look at him. Fatima,
Acid do get 3 places. He always do the show from. One from a girlfriend place, the one he took to Calabash. Again, name is Pinge. Oh, I forgot.
Yeah, we just came to Liberia. Tell them, say we
are. Don't make the get to lie on national TV, man.
Don't get lie. Don't lie. That's not good. That's not good.
Don't worry. Once you get to Liberia, call me. You will see me in Liberia. You got my Liberian number. I use my same Liberian number anywhere I go.
Okay, I'm going for no consultation. I'm going to see. I'm doing my.
Fatima, listen. Fatima, I hold you.
I'm letting me put and do the walls and designs. I want to go see on my own tour. I'm going for 5 days, and I come in.
Fatima, listen. I hold you in very high esteem. I respect you on the show, but if you allow stand on and I can insult you,
what can you do there? I'll be you.
No, I mean, I'm not gonna be.
You want me? You know me when I'm ready for him.
Today you are mature and you really well behave on the show. What
kind
of insult is that?
Well, you were still on inside. They want you that way.
Yeah.
Don't let it get inside crying. Fatima will cry all night. Fatima will cry all night.
So where
she will cry all night if I tell her, okay, I bet because what Paul Kennedy say you agree to it, don't talk to me. She will cry all night. She will call everybody that know me and say you're going to be CEO.
You will see if you hear from me tonight, I don't with you. Bye-bye. I see I said, go send my money.
But
I said, don't owe me money.
Don't be a naked demon. You start calling the man in the night. It's not correct.
And I took I'll be you. I can't talk for that man. I don't even answer a phone call tonight. You will see what I do.
So now when you call, when you pick up, you must tell me the call.
Nice to see you.
No, it's after it. I can't call Fatima. It's against the marital law.
Hey, Marry me. I want to tell her what he's saying.
Let the
And
know
you
to
for
be on the
yourself.
call. All right, guys, I gotta go.
We
I
are
got family duties.
viewers, we are thanking you. Continue to watch our Spoon Network. We beg you. I share the show. You. Thank you for sharing our show. Because of you, we are here today. We thank you so much. Dipco, dog, I say, yeah, thank you, baby. Somebody just say Fatima pretty. Hey, I woman all say, yeah, good night.
I know somebody by the name of Williet. I don't know that the Williet here. Okay. Anyway, y'all have a good night, Fatima.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, that's it, man. You know we gotta come here and have fun, right? It's good seeing you. Yeah, have a good night, Nelson. As always. See you tomorrow. And you met a guy today, or you didn't see him?
We didn't see him because he's in the hospital now, but
Which hospital?
JFK. That's where he is.
You guys going to be going there? That's the guy that burned himself, folks. Nelson will be reaching over to speak to them. By the way, update us tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. Have a good. But wait, anything final? The one that don't make mistake. Let me see your finger. Don't make mistake. What magic?
No, we already settled everything downstairs. Everything is on course. Everything is
okay. All right. Later. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Well, folks, we appreciate everyone for being here tonight. It's always a great thing to have you coming on to be a part of Spoon Talk. As you know, this is where you get the news, interspersing it with just everything. And I'd like to say thanks to everyone for always being here. Spoon Talk will be back on the radio tomorrow, and till we come your way, have a good night. Many thanks to our partner radio stations across the country that are always relaying the show. Thanks to Trust FM in Bomi County, Premier FM in Bon County. Many thanks to Gibi FM in Kakata, Gibi County, and of course, Trend Radio in Grand Crew, Radio Yalaman in Nimba County. And as always, we're streaming live across the internet, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV. That's for Facebook. Spoon Talk Live is our YouTube handle. If you've not subscribed yet, please try to do so. And this is how we like to end up for tonight. And just before we go, let me do a special birthday greeting for Harisha Kokoya. Yes, Harisha Kokoya. Today is your birthday. Your dad, Mr. Henry Kokoya, is saying happy birthday to you. He's extending best wishes to you, praying that God continue to favor you and grant you more birthdays in abundance of blessings as you observe another birthday today. That's you, Harisha Kokoya. Happy birthday to you as you celebrate your natal day today. And to all of you ardent followers of the Spoon Network, those of you who always make up time to join us here, in case you're celebrating a birthday today, we want to say happy birthday to you in a very special way. And thanks for being a part of the show here every night. Mr. Philip Balam, Nathaniel K. Hill, Richmond, Dalway, Cici Paul, Sarah McKinnon, Maruf Goba. Thanks for always being here. We appreciate all of you. And let's hope we can have another great show tomorrow. Bye-bye for now. Coming up next is the Late Night Show. The Late Night Politics on Spoon will be up next. You can make up time to join us.